All right. Welcome, everyone. We've got a whole slew of meetings, so I'm going to try to signpost as best as we can to make sure everyone knows where we are. But we are going to begin our meetings with, we have a joint work session between the Jersey Village City Council and the Golf Course Advisory Committee. So that is where we're starting. So I'm going to go ahead and call to order this joint work session between the Jersey Village City Council and the Golf Course Advisory Committee for the City of Jersey Village. The time is now 5:31 p.m. Madam Secretary, do we have a quorum present for each of the entities?
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. This says that there will be a call to order and roll of appointed officers will be taken. Do we need to do that, or?
No, we have put on the record that we do have a quorum.
Okay, then we'll just skip that because we've got a lot to do and not a lot of time. That does bring us to citizens' comments. Citizens who have signed a card and wish to speak to the City Council will be heard at this time in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Unless the subject matter of the comment is on the agenda, the City staff and City Council members are prevented from discussing the subject and may respond only with statements of factual information or existing policy. Citizens are limited to 5 minutes for the comments to the City Council. I currently have 3 comment cards that are germane to this meeting. I assume Mr. Malloy, Fields, and Bowden intend on speaking during this meeting. Is that correct? Okay. Then we will start with Mark Malloy.
My name is Mark Malloy, past City Council member for the City of Jersey Village, Texas. Citizens' comments for the 09/12/2020 City Council and Golf Course Advisory Committee work session meeting discussing the proposed new Jersey Meadows Golf Course Clubhouse and Event Center. Please make my verbal comments and documents given to the City Secretary a permanent record of this meeting. I am here tonight to talk to and ask questions of the Jersey Village government officials, city manager, and City Golf Course Advisory Committee about the heavily taxpayer subsidized Jersey Meadows Golf Course. I want to know why the Jersey Village government and Jersey Village City Manager think that it is justifiable that through the actions of past city councils and now the current Jersey Village government, the JV taxpayers are now and have been having to subsidize the Jersey Meadows Golf Course ever since the Jersey Village government purchased the golf course in the year 2000 with the use of certificates of obligation debt, bypassing the Jersey Village taxpayers' right to make the decision to be indebted to pay for the golf course. I'm now going to talk to and ask questions about the continued waste of much, much more of the Jersey Village taxpayers' money on the golf course caused by the Jersey Village government's force through without a specific vote by the Jersey Village citizens, taxpayers, to allow the Jersey Village government to go forward with their intended construction of a new $6.3 million and now possibly $7.9 million golf course clubhouse and event center. The Jersey Village government could have easily asked the Jersey Village citizens, taxpayers, for their approval on the May 7, 2020 election ballot to get the Jersey Village taxpayers' non-approval or approval to allow the Jersey Village government to continue wasting more of the Jersey Village taxpayers' money on the heavily taxpayer-subsidized Jersey Meadows Golf Course. The Jersey Village government originally hired an architect for an estimated $14,000 to do an evaluation of the existing clubhouse to determine the cost of remodeling the current clubhouse, and that amount was determined to be $700,000 to $800,000. The Jersey Village government decided that was too much money to put into the existing clubhouse. The Jersey Village government then decided to find out how much it would cost to build a new clubhouse and came up with an estimated cost of $1.3 million, but then decided that they could use hotel-motel tax revenues to build a golf course clubhouse and convention center, and the estimated cost would be $2.4 million, but then decided to hire another architectural consulting firm for an estimated $189,000 to draw up a 2-story golf course clubhouse and convention center, and also come up with the cost to build the project, and the JV government believed that that number would be $3.9 million. The JV government sent out bids to contractors for quotes to build the complete project, and the 3 quotes were $5 million, $5.3 million, and $7 million. The JV government was flabbergasted and asked the consultant how their estimate could have been so much below the contractor's quotes. The JV government put the Golf Course Clubhouse Convention Center on hold because they decided that was too much taxpayer money to spend. The JV government has now decided to not use the architectural consultant's plans, so they have wasted $189,000 plus of the JV taxpayers' money that they basically threw in the trash. The JV government has now decided to bypass the JV taxpayers' approval again. The JV government has now decided to spend from JV government documents $6.3 million to now possibly $7.9 million on a new golf course clubhouse and renovate the current clubhouse into an event center. The JV government has plans to spend another estimated $4.5 million in the near future on the golf course, and the proof of that is the JV government was considering putting a $10 million bond referendum on the recent past May 7th Jersey Village, Texas regularly held election to specifically ask the Jersey Village taxpayers' approval to indebt themselves so that the JV government could spend an estimated $10.25 million on all of the JV government's desires of continually wasting more JV taxpayer money on the heavily taxpayer-subsidized Jersey Meadows Golf Course. It's my belief the Jersey Village government decided not to ask the JV taxpayers for their approval because they were concerned that if the bond referendum was voted down, it would stop the JV government from pursuing their desire to build a new golf course, clubhouse, and event center. The JV government already has $7.5 million of city accumulated taxpayer money and other city revenue, so the JV government has now hired another consultant for an estimated $325,000 and is going ahead with building their new golf course, clubhouse, and event center. The question I have is, why has the project ballooned from an
I'm sorry,
original
Mark, that's
cost of
time. Thank you. The next card I have is from Jim Fields.
Hello, my name is Jim Fields. I live at 16413 St. Helier. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, allowing me to participate in this afternoon's meeting. Mine is at the last town hall meeting, Mayor, you finally acknowledged that the golf course has not been making money. The operation did not cover all the costs. With that suggestion here, and also in 2018, there was a big decline in the golf. 6.4 million golfers had exited the sport, plus 1,200 golf courses had closed. However, we did get a bump because they said of the popularity is due to the COVID pandemic. With this being said, they don't know if this is going to be sustainable, if this popularity is going to continue. So in the meantime, I would like to suggest, and also right now we're in a recession and hyperinflation. I'm sure you've all seen it when you've gone to the grocery store. And I suggest at this point in time just to renovate the current clubhouse until the economy has improved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. The next comment card I have is from Bruce Bowden.
Bruce Bowden over on Lewis Street. I read through this document you guys put out, and all I can ask you to do tonight is to vote this opportunity down, or at least table it, because the economics don't really speak out very well, and I'm not sure it's really there. You're trying to make Jersey Meadow an 18-hole golf course, and you think that you can do stuff like Black Horse, which is 36, or Wildcat, that's 36 also holes. The problem you got in here is you're competing with Topgolf for all this amenities. Now, they know how to do it. Let's put it this way. Those are professional guys. They know what they're doing. You don't compete with someone that can undercut you, and you're not going to sell additional golf clubs. I'm sorry. It doesn't go that way. They'll go down to Academy or order them cheaper than you can buy them at the clubhouse or golf clubs, whatever. The point I'm trying to get at is that, one other thing I want to bring out. If Bear Creek comes back online, That's 3 18-hole golf courses that are closed down right now. You get them to open up again, and they will. It's just they've taken their time. You're going to lose at least 30% of the throughput that you're getting right now. You're talking about 3 18-hole golf courses. So the other part I wanted to bring up is on this simulator stuff. If you go down to Wildcat and play, great course, go into their clubhouse that has these simulators, no one's using them. If they get 4 people a week, I would be surprised. And I think you guys need to call and do a little due diligence on how great a deal this will be. You're losing money already on the course. I want it as a green space, so I'm willing to say I'll take that part of it. But to blow, the word is throw away, really, $7 million on what you don't need. You just don't need it. If you have to do something, build an open quartered pavilion like everybody else has. Timber Creek, 3 nines, 27 hole. Eagle Point, again, has a pavilion. That's all you would need if you need anything. You don't need air conditioning. You don't need any of this other stuff. That's minimal expense. But to go in here and I'll be honest with you, I don't know who did your return on investment, but I can't see it. You could not spend $7 million and get a 2-year payout. It's just, you're talking an RI of what, 30, 35 on a 2-year? So you're not going to get that. So if nothing else, table this tonight. Let's go back over the numbers, see what the real cost is, what the real payout is, because we don't need to throw good money into a bad operation. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Bruce. The last card I have is from Eric Anow.
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor, and City employees, and the public. Eric Anow, 15601 Singapore Lane. So about Agenda Item D. I agree with Robert Basford for the board to move forward with Exhibit A in the proposal. I can't wait to bring my golfing friends to the new clubhouse. I can't wait to recommend the golf clubhouse to new people. Something I am loath to do at this time. I do not feel that the current state of the golf course clubhouse is appropriate to be recommended to those that I know, including those in high-power CEO, CFO positions who do go out and come and golf. My wife and I are excited about the golf course clubhouse remake, even if it is more money. In our minds, it is completely worth it. We see the overall value it brings to this neighborhood that we call home and that we live in and appreciate. Thank you very much for your diligent work.
Thank you, Eric. Those are all of the comment cards that we have for this particular session. Okay, do you have a comment card filled out?
I'm Mike Moriello. I've lived here in Jersey Village for about 15 years, and I want to kind of segue off of what Mark Malloy has been saying. It's my understanding that a golf course, when it was purchased, when you guys took over, is supposed to be a municipal enterprise. Now, as far as I know, the definition of a municipal enterprise is to provide revenue to the city, and that includes us, the people. Okay? Now, unfortunately, golf course documents show that it's never made a profit. Okay? So the idea of a municipal enterprise really isn't working. Okay? So you take a look at the fund balance as of this June, it's a negative $4.87 million. And yet you plan on spending another $6.3 million on a new golf course, clubhouse, and event center, plus as much as the $450,000 on supplemental spending for the golf course during the 22 and 23 budget year. This is not counting the debt payment on the original purchase of the golf course that's paid out of the general fund, which will be over $500,000 every year. These are many thousands of taxpayer dollars that have been spent on the city's operating municipal course that are not paid for by the golf course. Okay? It seems to me like you guys need to really take a look at things, especially in today's economy, and make some better decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I just want to say that being an enterprise fund does not mean that it has to make money. Otherwise, the water and sewer system would have to make money. And I don't think anyone here is under any illusion that it does or that it should. It just means that it's not a strictly governmental operation. It's a business-like operation. It does not mean that it has to be for profit. And as far as us taking a look at things, that's why we're here today. So let's get to the business of that, folks. Which brings us to item D, discuss and take appropriate action on golf course clubhouse designs and CMAR cost estimates. Robert Bassford, Assistant City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Since we last talked about this topic in January, staff was tasked with the job to go basically take a look at building a smaller clubhouse with the renovation of the existing building. So what staff has done since then is we've worked with FGM Architects, my apologies, on the schematic design using existing stakeholder input, the lessons learned from the PJL project, staff input from Matt and Jennifer, as well as some of the trends in the industry. Basically what we have for you tonight is a couple options with their estimates that go with them. We basically got to a final schematic design in late June, my apologies, and we got our estimate back in July. Since then, we have been working to bring 3 different options to council for you guys to discuss and just get some direction moving forward. The 3 options that you'll see tonight, Kennedy with FGMA will present to you after I finish this, would be Exhibit A. It illustrates the full schematic design to include a new clubhouse as well as modified renovation to the building. This includes 940 square foot pro shop. Sorry, my apologies. Office space for golf admin, bag and merchandise storage, indoor seating for 74, along with 18 bar seats, patio seating, both covered and non-covered, as well as building support to include lockers, restrooms, entry, mechanical, fire, etc. An additional feature that you'll see in B10 was the 2 indoor simulator bays. This multi-use area would generate significant annual revenue with limited to non-existent overhead while providing entertainment options for the community outside of golf. These simulators could be used for golf lessons, indoor leagues, indoor golf rounds, rentals for golf, practice, events, and additional entertainment. These simulators have been used to provide entertainment outside of golf as well. You can display movies, presentations. They have mini games where you can play like soccer, basketball, dodgeball off the screen. It doesn't have to be golf. Pretty popular with birthday parties. You've seen them in some enterprises, such as Loft 18 downtown. These bays would increase the amount of golf clubs sold as they provide accurate swing data to our demo days, where you can try out clubs that we have. This would allow the statistics behind the golf clubs on the inside. These bays would be available for rent for birthday parties, group rentals, presentations, private movie screenings, and would also bring in revenue to the golf course on rainout days. We would be able to have rent these out on rainout days. The food and beverage menu offered would complement this amenity, as those using the bays would likely eat dinner. Jersey Meadow would be the first indoor-outdoor golf facility that features a driving range with 18 holes with an indoor practice facility. And the ROI on this specific area of the building was 2 to 5 years. I did the calculations per square foot, cost per square foot, the cost of the simulators on just that room, B10. And that was 2 to 5 years. 2 being aggressive, 5 being very conservative. The renovation portion of this schematic design involves shrinking the interior portion of the existing building, utilizing the remaining footprint as a covered patio. This schematic design that matches the initial direction of council from the January meeting. This schematic design is detailed in the budget estimate D that was prepared for. It also matches the elevations illustrated in Exhibit C. This estimation came in at $7.9 million with contingencies and estimated inflation included. The second option would be to remove the renovation portion of this design. That would reduce the budget estimate roughly $1.6 million and bring the estimate to $6.3 million with just the new building. And then Exhibit B illustrates the additional reduction to the floor plan without the renovation of the existing building. This floor plan would be conducive to a pre-engineered metal building while reducing the square footage even further. An estimate for the schematic design has not been prepared. However, we do believe that this would put us below the $6 million mark. Staff is not in favor of this schematic design as it reduces the kitchen square footage, which would limit the quality and size of the menu that can be offered. It eliminates the main entrance and removes space, allowing us to host the large tournaments and events. It also reduces the size of the pro shop that has a direct correlation to merchandise revenue. After internal review of these three options, our recommendation to council would be to consider adjusting the budget to allow the team to move forward with Exhibit A without the renovation portion, and a slight modification to the outdoor seating area to make it all covered so it can serve as the event and tournament room, therefore solving all of our demands or needs. But basically, we just wanted to bring this presentation moving forward for deliberation discussion with requests for additional feedback on how to move forward. And like I said, without further ado, Kennedy from FGM Architects here to present the schematic floor plan that you guys would see on the screen here.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Kennedy Colombo, FGM Architects. What we're seeing here are options A and B, the difference being we wouldn't do the renovation portion of the existing structure, and so the budget's adjusted there.
So we're having a little bit of difficulty hearing you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so what you're seeing on the screen here is option A, which is the building built its entirety, about 7,900 square feet. Robert gave you a thorough review of the program, so I don't need to run through that again. Option B would be remove any renovation of the existing clubhouse, leave it as is for the moment, minor cosmetic things. Option B would include a larger outdoor covered area there to the west side. Elevations for option A and B. Option B, we would remove the renovation of the existing building. Pretty straightforward building. We do brick mostly with a metal roof, nothing extensive, using pre-manufactured trusses. So we're using cost-effective construction in any case. Option C is dramatically reducing the building. We're cutting out about 2,000 square feet. We're going to a pre-manufactured metal building. Pre-manufactured metal building we'd be using for option C. We're reducing the square footage about 2,000 square feet, so we'd go from about 7,900 square feet to about 5,850. Also, no renovation to the existing clubhouse. In this case, a little bit different elevation. Pretty straightforward. We're trying to be very economical with the metal frame, which would be very similar to what you have now, which is a metal frame building. All four sides of the building there. Again, we'd be using metal siding primarily this, with a few brick accents that would match this building and the fire station, be in line with what you already have here. And I'm happy to answer any questions over that.
Any questions from council or from, and I don't know how we practically want to handle this since this is a joint meeting with the Golf Course Advisory Committee. I don't know if y'all want to, obviously in this scenario, it's a little bit difficult to have a place. Or if y'all, anyone from the Golf Course Advisory Committee, if you want to speak from this microphone, you're of course welcome to do so as well. This is a joint meeting. So any questions from either council or the advisory committee?
Can I get a clarification on the exterior portion of the buildings on each option? Were they all metal, or is it only on option C?
Well, to be honest, we haven't really got. It's a schematic design at this point. We're exploring different materials. It's likely to be, on option A, we're going to have a little bit more brick, or option B, option C, we're probably going to do something more cost-effective like metal siding.
Thank you. I do have another question, not for the architect. I don't know if this is the appropriate time for it, but can someone tell me who calculated the ROI on this and what their parameters were on that, please?
Yeah, sorry, this microphone is much better. I calculated the ROI. Basically, there's two simulator private businesses that use simulators. One's called Loft 18, and there's another one located near Kima. I facilitated their rental rate. And then we also talked about like lessons that we would offer there, how often we would rent, and I believe we calculated it was $25 an hour, and if we rented it like 2 times an hour per week, it would come out to a five-year ROI. It was very limited.
Okay, and that's just on the simulators, not on the overall project?
Correct, yeah. We just basically took the price per square foot from the Brookstone estimate and then factored it into the square footage of just the area for the simulators.
And then the 2 years, you mentioned the 2 years being aggressive, 5 years being less aggressive. Can you explain for everybody, maybe some of the math challenged, what that means?
Yeah, typically the aggressive is, Matt and I perceive a lot of golfers who would golf in the morning. You could typically play an additional 9 holes in a half an hour after your round inside. You could play different golf courses. You can do a driving range session, and it calculates the statistics behind your swing. It's a bit ridiculous and how accurate it can get. But that's something that's almost, if someone's using it every day, typically people do reserve. You would be reserving this ahead of time. You would very rarely be able to walk up and use it. We did not factor in the sale of food and beverage in this area at all. It was just, this was the 2 years this is heavily used multiple times a week by multiple people. And then people are having rounds. You can also do indoor leagues. I've seen them do indoor leagues to where people come and just solely use that and never actually golf outside. And that's how we got to the aggressive calculation. But we wouldn't obviously charge what Loft 18 charges. We would charge a reduced rate for that. And then, one of the biggest kickers that we saw is these aren't used just for golf. Like you said, you could play dodgeball on them. Staff went and used them at Loft 18. So you could kick a soccer ball into it. It's a simulator. You can throw dodgeballs. You can throw football, basketball, baseball, you name it. So there were people using these simulators for not golf, and it's more of a social experience at that point. And then the presentation that we were given was about something completely different, but it was given on one of the simulator screens. So there's a multi-use area, and that's just typically something we try to be one of a kind and get ahead of the game.
Can you tell me, last question on this, like your own opinion, just your gut feeling? I know we've been given the average of the 2 to 5, but what do you, your personal opinion on what that realistically would be?
Using the price of the square footage for what we were given, which I feel is pretty accurate. And this is basic square footage. It's just walls in the simulator. It's not, things that factor into the high price per square footage. But I'm comfortable, like I said, hitting that 2 to 5. I'd say 4 years. And that would be a goal that we set internally, and I'd feel pretty confident with that.
I think that's probably fair for the simulator. I think, unfortunately, I don't think I have an architect question, but a question for Robert. If 2 of these 3 options include not renovating the original building, how would it be utilized? Would it be demoed? What is your thought on if we went down those 2 to 3 option B or C, what would we do with it?
So just speaking off of informal discussions that we had, if you were to go without the renovation portion, you guys could consider a phasing and phase this project into 2 phases, or you can go with option B, which would be creating your tournament room, and then that would be turned into additional parking cart staging. But I don't know how long you guys would want that older building standing in front of a brand new building.
Yeah. Option C is to demo the old building.
Option C was just a reduced floor plan. They didn't include the old building on there. It didn't imply that we would demolish it. It would basically, if you guys chose an option without renovation, there would be a discussion into, do we want to phase the old building? Do we want to demolish it immediately? That would certainly be a direction topic that we'd have to discuss.
How does, go ahead.
So if we chose not to do any renovation with the existing building, is there still space in the new building for banquet types of events?
No, to answer your question, you'd have to use the actual restaurant floor space or the outdoor portion of the building as like private events, and that's kind of the compromise that me and Matt talked about. If you covered the outdoor patio, which is in the bottom southwest corner, of this picture, then you could kind of use that as a tournament room or an event space. Obviously not the most recommended, but it's something that could be done to host events. If you wanted to have a larger event, it probably would involve closing portions of the restaurant or all of the restaurant for a large event.
Can I ask, the golf course committee, were you guys unanimous in your thoughts or your opinions on what should be done, or are y'all split? Can we hear? I'd like to hear what y'all think.
I'm the chairman, so I'll speak for the committee. But
Excuse me, sir. Can we get you to come to the mic? It's the only way we get it on record.
I'm Greg Fair. I'm chairman of the committee. We've discussed this several times, and I think that the committee has agreed that we do need to keep the old building and convert it into a banquet facility of some sort. To go to all this expense and build this nice clubhouse and not be able to attract additional revenue would I think, put us behind the 8 ball. But from a sports side of it, we would draw a lot more activity if we did have a place for them to entertain, feed, and prizes and scorekeeping. So I think the committee, you all, yes, they do agree we need to keep the old building.
Sure, I'll get close to the mic.
So just to be clear for those that are listening to this later, Gary just asked to go over the colors and what all these uses are for.
Sure. The pink is outdoor covered area, so everywhere that we see pink on both buildings would be covered area, outdoor, non-conditioned, mostly seating area. The green is food service, so the lower green is a bar area with about 60 seats between the bar and the tables and the booths. On the top side of the plan is the kitchen area, including a little turn stand where we would serve drinks and snacks to the golfers as they come around 9 going to 10. The blue area is the public circulation area, restrooms, storage, and the gold area is the simulators on the top, locker rooms, as well as offices and the pro shop on the bottom right. I think we're the same on option C as well. Yeah, very similar. A little bit longer covered area back to the parking lot there on option C, but mostly the arrangement is the same. Dramatically reduced square footage on the kitchen. I think it would change the food service options that we had there with that kitchen, and it's probably going to be very tight. We kept the dining area and the bar area mostly the same size. We kind of just squeezed it down and put about the same number of chairs in there. Offices are shrunk. The pro shop is shrunk a little bit.
And sorry, I didn't get to introduce. We also have Jordan and Chris with Brookstone with the estimation, so they're here representing Brookstone. If you guys have any questions, my apologies.
No problem. I want to encourage any advisory committee members, if as y'all have questions or want to comment, come on up.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time visualizing this. Where, like, I guess it's off the map. Where's White Oak Bay? Where's the parking lot? Where's the first tee in the driving range? Like, which direction is everything?
I can definitely help you where the first tee is. That's for sure. If we just think of it as north is up, south is down. The first tee is going to be kind of going towards where it says new clubhouse and. Okay, it's going to be, that's kind of the cart staging area right now. The pro shop is almost straight left of the bar and grill now, where you sit with the glass windows. Okay, so it's basically, this building is almost exactly due west of the existing building. Okay.
Can we move it back to option A if you don't mind?
that'll.
This is a struggle for me here.
That'll illustrate much more clearly because you've got the existing clubhouse right there in orange.
There you go. Yeah, that's even better.
This is the old clubhouse. Sorry, guys. So right here, if you're looking at an aerial, this has a lot of comments on the topo survey, but this is the old clubhouse where the mouse key cursor is. The new clubhouse would be due west, just south of where the old pool is. If you're familiar with the area, the old pool, this would be green of hole 18, and this right here would be green of hole 9. So basically in between hole 9 and 18. So this is 9 over here. This is 18 over here. This is the hole 1 driving range.
So all of the outdoor seating would be overlooking the pond and where the sun sets?
Yes.
Beautiful.
I'm not sure who would answer this. Go ahead.
I'm Jane Arnett. I'm on the advisory committee from the LGA. And I'd like to also add to the use of the community for this facility. I have noted that there are women's groups that come up to use the club space to play bunco, to play bridge, mahjong, lots of table games. They don't have another place to go for that sort of thing. And I think that with the exhibit or the exhibition hall, that space can be accommodated for the smaller groups that want to come up, 3 tables of mahjong or 3 tables of bridge or whatever game that they would like to play. So I think that the community involvement would only increase by us having this space to offer, and noting also that 50th wedding anniversaries, bridal parties, 50th birthday parties, all of those kinds of events that there's no space for anywhere within the Jersey Village community, and we can offer it to them on this plan. And I strongly suggest that we proceed with Plan A, Option A.
Jane, you bring up a very good point. Robert, to the degree you can sort of tie it in, I know we've had, just with this building, we've seen a tremendous increase in interest from groups to utilize this space. To what degree do you see, to the point where we kind of have to start to limit it, to what degree can this sort of act as overflow for that?
100%. The spaces can be programmed for anything you could think of. But yeah, this facility in the daytime or weeknights could certainly complement the uses for this facility as well. It was almost asked to me as, are we still going to rent the Civic Center out if this were, to be built or renovated? And I foresee, both of them capable to be used.
Yeah, I bring that up because I think it is important that we talk about ROI, because we want to ensure that we get the best value that we can for the money that we're spending on this facility. But at the same time, we also have to keep in mind that this is not just about golf revenues. It's not a business that is a for-profit endeavor that has shareholders. It is a community center, so to speak, and has been used that way for a long time now. And tremendous credit to our golf course staff for facilitating that and for making it welcome as that sort of space for bingo nights and kids nights and everything else. That's not something that you put an ROI on. That's just something that makes this community even better than it is already, which is pretty amazing. So I think it's important as we look to a decision on which option to take that we take that into account as well, not just dollars and cents.
And I'm just going to hop on that. If you guys aren't familiar with some of the types of events that we've had here, we are overflowing with Cub Scouts, Girl Scouts. The Cook Junior High 8th grade dance was held here. I know that the local schools have events that would like to utilize this place or utilize the golf course when it is open. So I'm trying to think of anything else that the Jersey Village Women's Group, any event that they have, senior outreach, book clubs, Bunko. I could keep going. It's a lot.
I think it's also forward thinking around the simulators. One, they're very popular these days with the younger crowd, but also, Matt and Jennifer have done a fabulous job with our junior golfers, and giving them a space to come in and on rain days when they're practicing for golf tournaments and things of that sort. There's nothing in this general area that would accommodate something like that. So, providing a positive environment for our teenagers and even our younger folks that are interested in golf, or at least providing them an opportunity to become interested in golf, I think is an additional positive to this facility.
Robert, the information on these slides is just a little bit different than what we were provided. These have a breakdown of option A, B, C, and total cost for all three totals. But my 22-page packet has a 14-page document breaking down option A. Where's the documents for B and C?
So I can answer that question too, but we'll work together on this, Kennedy. So option A we worked through the schematic design with FGMA, and then when Brookstone was introduced into the equation, we onboarded them on the schematic design for option A, and that is what they prepared the estimate for, the 14-page document. The reason why they prepared the estimate for that was the only schematic design that we had. In that estimate, they took the initiative to recommend that removing the renovation would reduce the dollar amount by roughly this much, which was the generation of option B. Once we initially got this estimation, probably July 27th, I want to say, staff began saying, hey, listen, we need to come up with a reduced floor plan to bring to council. So you had three options to look at. We did not have enough time to generate a specific estimation for option C, but we utilized similar math and put our brains together to come up with that rough estimate for option C.
I haven't built a building recently. I know that I was on council in 2019, and we came up with a big case of sticker shock. And then our meeting in January of this year was to restart this project and hopefully alleviate that, knowing prices were a lot different in 2022 than 3 years ago or even before that when all this started. All that to say, what's the confidence level that $629 a square foot, if I'm reading that right, for option A, is steadfast? Like, is there percent that it could go down if we kept everything as is, or would go up? Obviously, we're in an inflationary environment, but I know some things are stabilizing.
Jordan Athar, I'm with Brookstone Construction. I'm the lead estimator for this project. Absolutely. We try to be conservative in our approach when we're especially facing SD documents like such. And we reached out to our subcontractor partners to ensure we got appropriate pricing for the items at hand with the limited data at hand. So there is a definite ability for the price to reduce as we get more details in there and more direction moving forward. We also have a significant amount, specifically I think it's right around almost $330,000 in inflation allowance because of the current economic situation we're in. So if that's not utilized, that goes back to ultimately City of Jersey Village. So yes, we are taking those actions to see if we can reduce it, and as we go forward, we'll try to incorporate value engineering and more appropriate materials and so on and so forth.
Looking over this, it looks like to me this is definitely going up. Fire sprinkler systems were specifically excluded. Access control systems, camera systems were all specifically excluded from the estimate.
Jordan again. Yes, that was per direction. We were informed to go ahead and keep that out originally because that was something that might be performed by them. We did get the cost and provide it as an alternate to incorporate it. I don't have that with me at the moment, but I can provide that to Austin and Robert immediately after.
Doesn't our code require a sprinkler system?
Right, yeah, we informed them during the meeting back in July that we would need a fire sprinkler system.
Okay.
Can I ask how, historically, how accurate do you guys feel your estimation is?
So in the current economy, estimates have been crazy. That's why we've been taking measures to incorporate things like inflation allowances. I could tell you historically, in my past years, before COVID and all the economic situations we're facing, having an estimate, a conservative estimate like this would be within the realm of 5% to 10%. Now things are entirely weird, but that's why we incorporate things that the inflation allowance, things along those lines to account for that amount. So we already have it in the amount. So if we do face it, we're not burdening you all any further. From an actual design standpoint and what's incorporated into the pricing, I'm extremely confident that we've captured everything that is desired to be in there. As for how the economy will move in the next couple of years, I can't tell you specifically, but currently I'm very confident in the pricing.
Remind me, I think that we were aiming towards a contract that would have a guaranteed maximum price, correct? So obviously you're calculating this given the fact that
yes,
if it's wrong, it's on you.
Yes.
So, okay.
Yes, sir.
That obviously incentivizes the accuracy.
You're at risk at the end of the day.
Yeah.
When could we expect to see a number with that fire stuff, I'm going to call it fire stuff, included?
I can have it to Robert and Austin tomorrow morning.
In the overall cost, it is a small percentage, and this is an ordinary.
I can't even comprehend.
And notice there's a couple things excluded by owner that we specifically said. The fire sprinkler was excluded with alternatives. If you weren't aware, our ordinances are unlike anyone else's in that regard, and it's a $3,000 regardless of use.
Okay.
So I guess what staff and everyone else is looking from us today, I assume, is some general direction as to where we prefer to go between the alternatives, correct? I think we have a sense from the advisory committee. They've stated their desire to go with option A. I'd kind of like to hear from council on their inclination here. I have a sense, but I thought it'd be good to have everyone kind of go around and
Shall we just go down the line and go with option?
Sure.
Okay. I would like to go with option A.
I think option A is the best option.
I like the idea of using the pavilion for all the reasons that we've said in January and February and so on and so forth. I think it has usability. For a second there, I was thinking for tournaments and whatnot, we might be able to do a temporary facility or have an outdoor pavilion without walls. But then you think of auxiliary uses of that building for all the people that can't be here. So whatever way that structure, way, shape, or form has to stay there, whether it needs the extra patio on the outside or whatnot. I mean, that's probably something we can work out later. So I prefer A. Whether we downsize the other side, maybe that's something we could work out with the kitchen in A. Either way, we're paying for that size of a kitchen. So food choices. So that I lean towards there, but once again, the 25% uptick from where we started in January is revealing of the economy and economic times we're in.
Because of the event space, I don't see option B or C as an option. I think we have to go with option A. I do not believe that means it has to come with an out of expected budget cost. I do not see the same value in the extending the patio, the covered patio. I think that is something we could phase in. That's something that could be added to the building at a later date. I've seen that done several times before. So I think right now we're looking at almost an 8.3. We've already seen project creep. And so I would like to see that reined in a little bit, but let's continue working on option A.
I think I'll just echo what everyone else says. Option A seems to be the most realistic choice as far as use and trying to be forward thinking. I think I would also feel a lot better about it seeing, and I understand the whole point of this is decide which direction to move, but clearly, obviously want to see other like the actual numbers before we have any more of a serious discussion on it, because it is, like you're saying, just like everything else, it costs a lot. And so I do think that this is definitely the one we should move forward with, but I think we need to see some harder numbers on that.
I will say I think I tend to agree with what everyone else has said regarding option A. I have been as big of an advocate as anyone on making sure that we do this right, making sure that we don't overspend. The irony has been, and I will gladly own up to this, that I do think that, I mean, hindsight being 20/20, the wait and the beating this around, and trying to work through it for years now has actually cost us a significant amount. Now, if we had known that back then, we probably would have acted differently. But I think the reality is, number one, we need a new golf course clubhouse. Number two, I think we have about as certain a situation as we possibly can at this point as to what our needs are and what the design should look like in order to meet those needs. And I think at this point, the cost just is the cost. This community has, the overwhelming majority of the community has made it clear to me, based on the feedback that I've gotten, is that this is a project that needs to be done. Now, maybe not everyone's going to agree on the scale or exactly how it's put together, but I think this is probably about as good of a product as we could get. I just want to commend everyone on all the work that's gone into this, because it's not easy right now. So, Austin, is there anything else that or was there any, oh, sorry, Greg, if you had something else to add?
I'd kind of like to echo a bit about what you were talking about. The committee has a lot of frustration on this project. It's been kicked around for 4 or 5 years. Now there's talk about, well, let's wait and see about this and get some more information on that. I would like to urge the council to get off the pot and go forward with this thing. If we bite a bullet, we bite a bullet. But as you so aptly said, we took a hit when we procrastinated and didn't move forward 3 years ago. We've gone from a 2-story to a 1-story to this to that. I mean, council's been all over the map on this thing, and the requirements have never changed. We want a basic environment for golfers to improve the golf experience and for community benefit. So I would just urge you to just bite the bullet and let's move forward.
Well said. Austin, is there anything more you need from council on this?
No, I think we are good. Just kind of the timeline. The goal from Brookstone and the architect was to have the GMP to council in December, so that would be the guaranteed maximum price to the council in December. If council would like to see something sooner, we could probably do something in November if they wanted, but we would, otherwise if council wants to wait till the GMP.
Yeah, I think
we can bring a brief update in November.
Yeah, I think the sooner we can have something better.
We'll bring a brief update in November.
Yeah. Okay.
We're ready.
Okay. Unless there's anything further from the committee or from council, we got a lot of other stuff in front of us. So thank you, everyone. We're going to go ahead and adjourn this particular meeting. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and, well, yeah, I'll let y'all sort through, but I am going to go ahead and...
When does it start?
Oh, are we not?
We've got 3 whole minutes.
Wow, okay. So we got 3 more minutes we have to wait before I can start the next meeting. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, folks, it looks like we are now able to begin our next meeting that we have coming up. Oh, let's see. We have, I'm going to go ahead and call to order this meeting of the Board of Directors of the Village Center Local Government Corporation. We're opening the annual meeting, if that makes any difference. Madam Secretary, do we have a quorum of the officers present?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Brings us to citizens' comments. Any person who desires to address the Village Center Local Government Corporation Board regarding an item on the agenda will be heard at this time. In compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, unless the subject matter of the comment is on the agenda, the board members are not allowed to discuss the subject. Each person is limited to 5 minutes for comments to the board. I have first up Mark Malloy.
Mark Malloy, past City Council member for the City of Jersey Village, Texas. Citizens' comments for the 09/12/2020 City Council meeting to go over the Village Center Local Government Corporation. And so I want to start this out with that back, I think maybe 2018, the city took and they were trying to decide what they were going to do in lawsuits that were filed against the city on an area of land on the other side of 290. And what they did is they decided to take and do options to where they would pay a certain amount of money to have a certain number of months to take and look at trying to determine what they could do with either finding a developer to go ahead and work with them to try and develop that area into the vision that the JV government has for that area. And what ended up happening is they took and they did this with these options, and then all of a sudden, with really no notification to the citizens of Jersey Village, they made the decision to purchase the land for $8.25 million, which they already had that money accumulated, to allow them to do that without taking and asking the citizens if they wanted the JV government to purchase the land. So now where I'm going with that is now tonight we've got a resolution saying, consider resolution number 2022-53 determining that an amendment to the article of incorporation of the Jersey Village Local Government Corporation is wise, expedient, necessary, and advisable, authorizing such amendment and approving the form of such amendment. So what I'm wanting to know is I've taken and I've looked at this information, and it's very vague on what exactly is going to happen with the decisions that the city council is going to make on this tonight. So, you know, I see that there's 3 different individuals that are listed in this document that are past council members, and one is a past mayor. And so what I want to find out is with this group, this Village Center Local Government Corporation, who all is going to be the individuals that are on this committee or board or whatever it is. I see that at the time that they originally took and they formed this group, it was the council members at that time and the city manager and one other person that was not a elected official, and he's here tonight unless he's already left. But anyway, so basically I want to find out who is it that's going to be on this board. Is it just the council members and the city manager, or are we adding 3 other individuals to this board? And so basically, you know, we've got the elected officials that are going to be the board members for this. And what exactly is it that this board is doing for the city, you know, so that I need to have some questions answered on that.
So the Articles of Incorporation, like many corporations, when they are filed, they are required to have certain information, such as the initial directors. That doesn't mean that they're always going to be the directors. And so here we are several years down the line. The directors are different. The directors are now the current council members, the city manager. I believe that the hospitality position is currently vacant. Am I correct on that? So that's your answer. And like every other corporation, that's going to be the case when you've got articles of incorporation. They're going to have historical data in there. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's the current makeup of the board of directors.
So, when these individuals that were on this board that were council members, because that's basically what this board was set up as, the council members and the city manager and one other individual, why did you not take and adjust this when Saul Valentine was determined to not be part of this development plan anymore? And why was it not adjusted when Andrew Mitchum or Greg Holden or Gary Wubenhorst were no longer on council?
Because it's not required to be adjusted. It's adjusted in terms of practical, like there are resignations that are made, there are people who are appointed when they are elected, but it doesn't require at every step of the way an amendment to the Articles of Incorporation. That's why. Unless, Justin, am I incorrect on that?
So you'll see, if you were to go to the Secretary of State's office and look up any kind of entity that's filed, whether it be an LGC or like any kind of board, you'll see some people on there that maybe not even be living, because what the requires the Secretary of State office is the original Articles of Incorporation lists the original initial board members. After that, as it's included here, the articles themselves or the bylaws approved by whatever entity it is will show how those subsequent board members are appointed or changed. So you can do something like this where we're doing amendments or proposed amendments, and you don't touch the names of the people involved because those are assumed to be changed over time. There is allowance for this type of organization or any other type of organization to file amended articles if you want to adjust a name on name or phone number, whatever it might be that's on one of those filed records. But as here, those types of questions you're asking about the actual names of the people, I think it's provided here and in the bylaws for the organization that as a function of the seat of a council member or the president of the TERS board or the city manager, that you're by default on this board. That's how it's structured.
Okay, so basically from what you're talking about there is that the documents that are on this about the previous council members, they are there to...
They're no longer on the board at all.
And so with the notary and it's just basically that it's required that has to be done to basically show that they're no longer part of the board?
No, we're not doing that. The names are not changing. We're changing the name of one of the positions. Those names will all stay the same.
Articles of Incorporation only reflect the board at the time that it's incorporated, unless we choose to go back and change it, but there's nothing that requires us to do so. Any changes after the fact operate pursuant to the bylaws of the corporation.
Okay, so what you're saying is that I think maybe 3 of the current council members are not going to be on that board?
They are on the board. What I'm saying is you are focused on the wrong thing. You are looking at historical documents. You are not looking at the documents that govern the existing composition of the board.
What I'm trying to find out is, okay.
You're looking at the board.
Okay. And so you're saying that the 3 individuals that I'm talking about that are no longer council members or the mayor are not on the board?
That is correct.
They're not here today.
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate
In fact,
all right, thank you, Mark.
The meeting minutes from from July of 2021 did not include them as members either. So the only new member is McRae.
Was what was the document that you guys provided for me to look at, and they were on there.
Because Articles of Incorporation are historic at that point. They are not. They don't actively dictate the membership of the board of directors, and that's true of any corporation in Texas.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark. The next comment card I have is from Jim Fields. You're not going to take the time? Okay, thanks, Mark. Or thanks, Jim. The last comment card I have is from Eric Anow. Oh, and then afterwards we'll come to Ashley. I'm sorry.
Eric Anow, 15601 Singapore Lane. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council and members. I am in support of the proposed amendments to the Articles of Incorporation. Having been on a nonprofit board as the secretary, I am quite aware of seeing ancient names on the bylaws of my old organization that I was a part of. I will say, I kind of thought the seal was a little plain. As a graphic designer, I would have gussied it up. Feel free to reach out to me at any time in the future for seal designs. Anyway, I think it's actually pretty good and in line with the other seals that the city has. I was wondering, with the position of Saul being removed as the hotel and hospitality position, is that position going to be continued to be open as a hotel and hospitality liaison? If it's not, that's fine. But if it is there going to be some sort of push to find somebody, and how will that be done? I'm just curious because if it is going to be continued to have, I would certainly be looking into my contacts to see if I can find someone who might be in that industry and to put them forward, and if there is some sort of requirements needed to have that known. Always looking to help if I can. Also, make sure you update the website if that's being removed as what the thing will be doing. Of course, I'm sure that'll be done. And then, thank you very much for your due diligence in following the law.
Great, thank you, Eric.
To reply, they're going to change the name. It won't be Hotel and Hospitality. The document says it's going to be titled Economic Development Representative.
Okay, and our last comment is from Ashley Brown.
Ashley Brown, 15602 Lakeview. So my comment isn't about the topic, it's more about what the topic generated. And I know I've told 2, maybe 3 of you, I really think you guys need a PR position, because I think a lot of the drama that comes from City Council doesn't really need to be there, because your social media posts don't explain anything. So I had a little observation today. My errands took me all about outside each direction in Jersey Village, and on every board had the 7 p.m. meeting. Well, it's 6:30, and it was 5:30 an hour ago. None of those meetings were posted on there. And I know, letter of the law, the city, not City Council, is following the letter of the law. But I think a lot of drama would go away if you had a volunteer, had someone who specializes in marketing, had somebody who just took a $50,000 salary and explained everything. Because it's not City Council posting it. It's not City Council coming up with the packet. It's Austin staff. So while I don't always agree with what you do, I'm always about being fair, and the heat shouldn't be on you for that, and I don't think you're intentionally hiding anything. But you, the city, could have done a lot more to prevent the drama, because you guys know what's going to be on the council meetings, because your city is the one that's putting it together. And you spend all this time on park and rec ads and all this other stuff. I mean, if you want someone to volunteer, I'll do it. I mean, it's just a little ridiculous that so much drama and hate is stirred up because people don't understand articles of incorporation. People don't understand that when you resign city council, you resign the boards that you're on. A little bit of education could save a lot of Facebook hate. And sometimes we as adults have to look at how we talk to each other and our tones and our words. And someone who lives with 2 autistic people, and you have to change those descriptive words that you use when you're talking to other adults. And I think you guys do a good job. Like I said, I don't always agree, but I think you're very fair on some things. But I really think you need marketing. As someone with a business degree, I really think you guys need PR. I think your staff needs to take a little bit more time to think about those posts, to spell check, because some people are grammar Nazis, and board really does matter. And not insult people when they point out the typo. As an author, I get picked on all the time about my grammar. You're in public, deal with it, don't be jerks. And sometimes you guys are jerks in your responses unintentionally. And that's a general, whoever's making the comment, former or current members. So it's disappointing because 2 years ago, I pointed this out as something I would want to do on council. I know I've talked to 2 or 3 of you point blank about this problem. Now I haven't called Austin and be like, Austin, I really think you need a PR person. But I expressed my opinion to my elected officials. And I didn't think Mark would have talked had it been explained. And I don't think it would have been very hard to explain that in a couple little posts. So I think a lot of time and energy is wasted, and a lot of hate is generated, and a lot of lines are drawn that can't be taken back. And we have a really good community, and it's slowly being deteriorated by people who don't understand because they don't have that background, or they had that background and time had changed, and they're not with the new stuff because they're set in their ways. So that's, I mean, I really care what you guys do tonight. Like, I mean, this one doesn't bother me at all. I mean, you know how I feel about Across 290, but it bothers me when something is posted 72 hours in advance. You guys are made aware of it at the same time we are, and the onus is on us to go look for it. But you could have predicted that that was going to happen the moment it still said Andrew, Gary, and Greg. So that was it.
Thank you, Ashley. I think you bring up kind of a bigger issue that if anyone actually successfully determines a way to resolve that problem, they deserve to be paid a heck of a lot more than $50,000 a year. But I think you bring up a good point. The challenge is, and I've been doing this now for over 5 years, predicting what those questions are going to be without writing volumes of, which I tried to do when I first got on council, to write a lot, which people sometimes read. So it's always that challenge. Like, what do you write that people actually read? What do you write that will answer the questions that people actually have? Can you predict what questions people actually have? It's a tough situation. The best thing that we can do is, like we always do, encourage people to reach out and ask questions. We'll try our best to try to answer those questions. I, of course, encourage council members to do their best when people reach out to contact people and answer questions, and if they don't have the answers, to ask people who might. We try, but unfortunately, it's also, this is, if this was our full-time job, that might be a possibility, but even that also is a challenge as well. So, but no, it's a point well taken.
Can I make one more addition? I don't even know if I'm allowed to, but one thing that I try to write on those posts is that it violates Open Meetings Act if we say things, and I'm just very hesitant. So usually I would highly encourage to use email, and that's usually when there's a common topic and I'm tagged in a post. That's immediately when I say, hey, email us, because if there's a common thing, not only does the answer get back very quickly to that person, but then Austin will send an email to all of us and say, here's what's happening, here's what we need to be more clear on. So it really is the most efficient way versus a random post on a thing that I might not see because I'm working my other job and preparing for meetings. I just might not see it. It's not that I don't care about that person or I don't want to answer it. Either I feel like I can't because I don't want to violate open meetings, or, I didn't see it.
Facebook is a great place to go post something for it to be lost. There's so much stuff that I'm told happens on there that I don't see. So email, that's the highest chance of actually me seeing it. Okay, so that's it for citizen comments. That brings us to item C on the agenda, election of vice chairperson. I guess there's not a memo for this. I think or is there? I think there is.
So basically, according to the bylaws, we need
elected vice chairperson every year.
And so
that's the quick version of it.
Mr. Chairman, I nominate Michelle Mitchum as vice chair.
I'll second.
We have a nomination and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? All of those against? Any abstentions? I'm going to take that as a unanimous vote in favor of Michelle Mitchum as the vice chairperson for the board of directors. I think so. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to scan the. just make sure you raise your hand really high next time. Okay. That brings us to item D. Consider approval of the minutes for the Village Center Local Government Corporation Board meeting held on July 19th, 2021. Lori Cootie, Board Secretary.
Yes, so we're just looking for a motion to approve these minutes.
I'll make that motion to approve.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Did we fix the misspelling, or was that somewhere else? Was that in the minutes, or was that on another part of the document?
It was on the agenda.
Okay.
All right, seeing no other discussion pertinent to this item, all of those in favor? All of those against? Any abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. That brings us to item E, consider resolution number 2022-01, adopting an official seal for the Village Center Local Government Corporation. Austin Blease, board member.
Mayor or fellow board of directors, we have the seal proposed before us. It's gotten rave reviews tonight. If the board feels this is not appropriate, we could always go back for other options as well.
All right, any discussion on this?
I move to approve resolution number 2022-01.
I second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I mean, to be honest, it's just a functional thing. It doesn't have to be beautiful. It looks like every other notary public stamp I've ever seen, so why not?
And you just crushed the dreams of every aspiring graphic designer.
I mean, what's government for? Just crushing dreams, right? I'm kidding, of course, for those whose career is government. No offense. No further actual discussion? All those in favor? All those against? Any abstentions? The motion passes. The resolution passes. Well, that brings us to item F, consider resolution number 2022-02, requesting permission of the City of Jersey Village, Texas, to amend the Articles of Incorporation of the Village Center Local Government Corporation. Austin Blease, board member.
Fellow directors, we need to ask permission of the City Council for us to actually amend our articles. So this resolution would request that and then send that request to the City Council.
All right, thank you. Any discussion from the board of directors?
Is this where we get to voice concerns or ask questions? Okay, so I have a couple. My first issue is that on this we have listed a previous developer under the hospitality, and I understand one of the suggestions is to change it to economic advisor or economic development advisor. I have a very strong opposition to anyone that would be involved in any type of economic capacity where they would be making money off of this, being involved in making the decisions. I don't think that that is right. I think that's not ethical, and I think that's something we need to consider, possibly instead considering maybe putting another citizen on the board.
I absolutely agree. Remember, I didn't like this LGC to begin with, but I do see value in the position and would like to see it be a citizen that understands economic development. We're not filling it right now, so I think there's value in the position, but I agree, I don't want it to be someone involved intimately with the project.
And I was saying, I'm not disagreeing with that it needs to be somebody that maybe understands economic development and the concept. It can, we don't have a problem maybe setting some parameters of what our expectation is, but I do think it's important that it's not someone from an outside source that stands to gain possibly significant monetary, from being on this, because it's a vote. You have a vote, and I understand there's 9 people here, and one vote doesn't matter, but it's a few votes do.
Can I ask if staff had thought that by retitling economic development, it may be a role for the community development director that we're looking for?
That was my suggestion to put in there, just to try to capture the general direction that was given by council. But so there's no requirement to anchor on that title. We can, and if you like the title, we can add certainly add provisions in the articles. Now is a good time to do it, to limit the scope of that person. We can call it a citizen only position. We can tie it to anything. It's really wide open. It's just, I think the point was to and I guess for the citizens here, the point of these amendments is to it is going to broaden some of the scope of the LGC, but only to the extent that it matches the scope of the TERS. And so the whole point of the LGC is to be the city's arm and making the plans of the TERS come to life. This original version of the Articles of Incorporation, that hotel and hospitality industry representative was put in there to limit the scope of the TERS. But when that that did satisfy the plans of the TERS. But since that has not materialized, putting whatever title it is, economic development representative, TERS, we already have a TERS representative, but whatever that position is, that's the intent of this position on the board.
I think it's also important to recognize that there are still, if there's ever a decision to be made by the local government corporation that would involve an actual conflict of interest with a member, with a director, there are still state laws regarding conflicts of interest that they would have to follow that would ensure that is not, that they are not making decisions which they would then directly benefit from. Instead, I think, like others have mentioned, that this was really intended more to ensure that the local government corporation had someone on the board who, from a developer standpoint, was available to be able to answer questions and to be involved in that part of the discussion.
But to your point on that, and I may be very wrong, I'm going to be upfront about that, but I was under the impression that with the state of Texas that a conflict of interest is a self-reporting. Is that not true?
I mean, you so as in your role as council members, when you have an item on the agenda that that you have a conflict of interest, there's a really two-tier kind of filter that you would do a self-report, but that does not prevent anyone from reporting a conflict of interest that you did not report. And the same thing would apply here to the LGC board, that there's conflict of interest. If you were, as in your role as a director of the LGC, were considering something that you would be defined as a conflict of interest, you didn't report it, then that's a crime on you for not reporting. And so nothing prohibits any citizen or the Attorney General's office from following up on something like that.
Yeah, also, it sounded like a lot of the questions came out of Saul being in that position. One thing I would note is that the LGC's purpose was to construct a hotel and oversee a company to run that hotel, of which Saul was not involved. He was involved in the overall project.
But he also, and I understand, I do quite understand that, but he also would have benefited greatly at the overall success of the project. So to me, I think there can be a conversation made about whether or not there's a conflict of interest. And so to me, I personally think this would be much better, even if we choose whether or not to keep the economic advisory aspect to it. But I think having another citizen on it would go a long ways to making people feel a little more comfortable about this even being in existence, because it's not something that's currently being used. And what we're being asked to do essentially is to expand the powers of a government entity, essentially. Well, it's a possibility. Because going from hotel only to this much broader stance, it is an expansion of power, if you want to look at it that way. So, and it could possibly be used by whoever occupies that board at any time, so they choose. And I understand still stuff has to go through council. I understand that. But it comes down to one of those things. I just think it's something we need to point out, because I had two citizens point out to me that they had concerns that there is expanding government power without any reason, even though we don't have a reason on the table. The fact that you're doing that without, foreseen knowledge. And if there is something on the table, people want to see that disclosed. There is nothing on the table that I'm aware of, but I do think it's just important to point that out.
Yeah, I think, so to be clear, if anyone here is under any preconceived notion that a local government corporation, at least in the way that it would operate here, has any real power, sorry, it just, at least it doesn't have any power beyond what city council is going to eventually make that decision on. This really, we're really talking more about an entity that only just helps to facilitate what ultimately council is going to decide. So, sorry, board of directors, to break that news to you, but it's, your alter ego as council member really is still holding all the cards. So it really doesn't. It's paper.
But but I also think, just to point, because I don't think it is crazy, because I'm not one of those conspiracy people. I'm not doomsday prepping at home. But I do feel, if you consider the fact that if 6 positions of the 9 are taken up by council, and then council makes the decision, that's why I think there's a perception that it's, we're just giving somebody else a free-for-all option. I don't think that's ever would be the case. I truly don't. But I do think we need to be able to voice that concern and say that that concern's out there. And I think we need to somehow figure out how to reassure people that that's not what this is used for, or whether or not it's actually a valid thing to keep.
I can reassure everyone here that there is no way that possibly could be the case. And if anyone wants to sit down with me to look at the Articles of Incorporation or the bylaws or any of the state laws that govern local government corporations, I'm happy to talk you through exactly what good does a local government corporation do. Is it for power? No. Is it because state law only allows certain things to be done through a local government corporation that you really can't get done quite the same way as you can directly through city council? Yes, that's why. So it's not about power. It's really just about bureaucracy that has been put on us by the state. And that's just the overarching, very broad statement there. We have nowhere near enough time to go into the details of that. So give me a call, shoot me an email, and we'll go through that if there's anyone that has that concern. I'm happy to go through all those excruciating details, however much time you want to spend on it.
And Justin, just to repeat what you were saying earlier, if we rename it this way, we could use a citizen in the future?
Yeah, that's up on the table now. So, I mean, whatever label that position is, you don't have to have that position anymore. If you want to eliminate that position, it could be done. We could put extra controls on that particular board position or any of them that specifically call out conflict of interest, even though it is implied, as the mayor said, it's implied already there. And just a note to Mayor is that on any local government corporation, they're designed. It's for a local government body can create one for any purpose of the local government. Here, I think you have until this. Well, really, you have two limitations now. One is that it's guided and limited to not any public purpose. It's only the purposes of the TERS as provided in the plans. And the change we're making here is that because we have a second limitation that it limits it to hotel and that kind of industry. But since that part of the TERS plan is not there, then the limitation you're putting on it, instead of any government purpose, you're saying it's only the purposes of the TERS. So it is limited already in its scope than what it could be under the general laws of the state.
I think that, Jennifer, you bring up a lot of really good points. I don't think you're crazy. I'm disappointed to hear you're not doomsday prepping. I have plenty of doomsday prepping, but okay. It ties in a lot with Ashley's point of PR and something that, the three of us and others around here have talked about before and are worried about. I'm a little bit frustrated because some of the frustration with this and the almost, not sure a good way to phrase that, but if certain people had just asked people in the know, sent Austin an email or people involved, half the social media posts that happened over the weekend wouldn't even happen. And we wouldn't be divided. We wouldn't have half the discussions because a 4-minute conversation sorted it all out.
I agree. I think you're right. But I will say, I do think that the two people that showed up at my house and knocked on the door
are not them. Yeah.
Not that and not part of it. But I do think one of them saw the post and then had questions and started looking on their own and wanted further information. And it was more than what I just knew off the top of my head. So I did meet with Austin about it, and I have discussed it with other people. But I still think, like I stated, I think, even though I think it's something important to remember as being on council or a member of a board or anything, that regardless of how you personally feel, our responsibility is to be the representative of the whole. And so whoever you consider your whole, the people that contact you, that's what's important. And so I do think we need to make sure that we say that their voice is heard.
Absolutely. I guess we'll move on from that, but absolutely. Justin, you talked about some restrictions for this particular position. Is that something that we can also do in the bylaws, which are much easier to adjust, or does that need to be done in this document?
You can do it in both places. If you did it in the bylaws, then that'd be a good place to do it because you wouldn't have to do here, articles have to go from this board to council, back to this board, and then we have to submit them to Secretary of State. And I was telling a few of you that's where the big question mark is, because you never know what you're going to get at Secretary of State. These things can be an easy adoption, particularly at local government corporations, I'll just say this, that they're one of the most confusing. Structurally, you find this in the transportation code, and then what it does, it's dealing with forming a transportation corporation, and then you have the subchapter that calls these out. And then in order to do the articles of incorporation, it references you to the Texas Local Government Code about housing finance corporations. And there's no form on file, Secretary of State, dealing with these. So when you get it, I have to write a full memo explaining how we get it and all the statutes we're using to get there. And it can be a simple, 2-week turnaround, or it can be. I've had a more complicated LGC that I've recently worked on. Had 5 entities joining together to do it, and it took 3 years to get that thing approved because it was different people getting it to Secretary of State. So all I have to say, that's the long answer. Say yes, if you change the name to whatever you feel comfortable with, whatever you feel represents what you're wanting to do on the board, then through the bylaws we can have that suggestion incorporated there with the amended language to beef up whatever kind of protections you want on that or limitations you want on that seat.
And anyone who can successfully summarize that into a social media post that people will understand, good on you. But
a predominant thing, city council has authorities A to Z and all in between. And in the past, we were allowing the LGC to exercise D&E. And now we're kind of opening it up to allow them to do D, E, F, G within the scope of the TERS.
Any other discussion on this? I would entertain a motion at this time.
I will make a motion to consider Resolution 2022-2, requesting permission to amend the Articles of Incorporation, including the change in the wording to Economic Advisor.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor. Oh, sorry, go ahead, James.
I couldn't press my button. So you're saying we're changing the name from Economic Development Representative?
It's the position that is currently Hotel and Hospitality Industry Developer Representative would be Economic Development Representative.
Oh, okay. I heard
in addition to the other changes.
Say advisor, so I didn't know if we were coming up with a more generic community-friendly term or...
That's about as generic as it gets, I think, for the purpose of this.
I'm sorry, what was the other one?
I just thought you were trying to change it to making it more community.
I was. What was I'm sorry, I just wrote what I wrote down from what Justin had said. So what was
I heard you say economic advisor or something. Economic advisor.
Because Economic Development Representative.
That's what's written in the paper, but Michelle's suggesting a different name.
Oh.
Correct. I was suggesting what Justin had said about it being more generic to include a citizen. No, I'm making it
that's
up.
Fine. But
or do we do that?
What title would you want? So I wrote down this, and again, I'm over 1 now on suggestions, but I put Citizen Development Representative. Is that more?
Oh, okay. I totally missed that. So.
Okay. I just said that. I'm saying.
Oh, you just now said that. Okay.
Is that something that seems more comfortable with what you're wanting instead of Economic Development?
Sounds beautiful.
But if we keep it to citizen, then that will limit us in making a decision down the road when we want to.
Why don't we just call it at-large board member?
That's an at-large member.
It is literally nothing more generic than that. Everyone good with that?
Are we including something about the conflict of interest?
I don't think we necessarily need to, because we can consider that later on, and I think James was suggesting that we look at doing that in the bylaws.
Well, we've had a motion and a second for community.
So are you amending your
What is
motion?
it?
I'm sorry. So it's an at-large. What? Just what is it?
Okay, since it's the board of directors and I can do this, Director, do you withdraw your motion?
I'm going to withdraw my motion.
Okay, since I can do this, I move that we approve resolution number 2022-02, adopting or recommending to council the changes that are currently reflected in the edited Articles of Incorporation, with the additional change that Hotel and Hospitality Industry Developer Representative shall instead be renamed At-Large Director.
Director at large.
Speak.
Second.
Say it.
Can we have discussion?
Sure.
I just want verification that because I struggle to say yay or nay on something that we can go in there and then not come to an agreement on it. So to me, I feel more comfortable if it's actually in writing as part of a descriptor. I think it's more limiting.
You mean that the same people who are at this dais will then turn around and not agree on something we just voted
No,
to do?
I'm just saying, I think when it says at large, I think it needs to be citizen. I think it's important that it be a citizen.
That's fine with me.
Versus just, because at large means I could go to Wendy's and say, hey, do you want to try to be a board member? Because if we were, the whole concept was, what was important was us talking about that we think it should be a citizen. I think that should be included in the title.
So, if it sounds like you're wanting to put in a restriction on it that it's a citizen of Jersey Village, right? That's what I think I'm hearing from you. And if that is the case, that I think we should put in the bylaws and not here. And you can name it whatever you want. And I don't think that naming it citizen representative is going to limit it to Jersey Village.
Correct.
My parents are a citizen. They don't live in Jersey Village. But there's nothing in this to stop us from the city council appointing that person to the board.
Is everybody else more comfortable just doing it in the bylaws and leaving a board member at large and then doing bylaws?
I think whether we do it now or do it later, it's the same. So if you feel more comfortable, I'm fine with putting it in the name.
And just so everyone's on the same page, I don't know if it's the next item or not, but you're also going to recommend approval of the bylaws, and that's all the stuff that make this like the 80,000 foot thing, and then the details with it, we'll make sure we comment that on the bylaws or one of the next items, and we'll make sure it's there. But I think the way it's worded now, just so you know how this will fit in, like it used to say, like right above this portion of the articles in section, it's Article 7A, it talks about the structure of the board. It says the board shall be composed of the mayor of the city, 5 members of the council, the chair of the TERS board, and then we're striking this, a hotel and hospitality industry development representative appointed by the council. That's going to say now at-large director appointed by the council. And then if you're fine with that title and that description, then in the bylaws we'll say the at-large director must be a citizen appointed by the council. We can do that, and it'd be easy.
Yeah, I'm fine with your goal. I just think your goal is better accomplished in the bylaws.
And that's fine. I just wanted confirmation. That's all I was looking for. Thank you.
If you would like, I can revise my motion.
I'm going to call it at large.
I'm going to second your motion, so we're just going to go. Second.
Okay, we have a second. I would say, is there any further discussion? But please, God, don't. Okay, I'm going to take that as a no. Okay, all of those in favor? All of those against? Any abstentions? The motion passes, or the resolution passes. Okay, this is going to sound a little weird, but the next item on the agenda, we are recessing this meeting while the City Council considers the board's request for permission to amend the Articles of Incorporation. So this meeting is currently in recess. This is going to take almost no time. I mean, you can, as long as we got a quorum. So we're going to go ahead and, we're going on to the next meeting. So we're going to go ahead and call to order, this special session of the Jersey Village City Council. The time is currently 7:15 p.m. This brings us to citizen comments. Citizens who sign a card wish to speak to the City Council will be heard at this time. It complies with the text of the Meetings Act. Unless the subject matter of the comment is on the agenda, the city staff and the City Council members are prevented from discussing the subject and may respond only with statements of factual information or existing policy. Citizens are limited to 5 minutes for their comments to the City Council. I do not currently have on this particular meeting any comments. We do not have any comment cards, so then we are moving on. We're not in the regular session. We're about to so that brings us to item C, special session item. Consider resolution number 2022-53, determining that an amendment to the Articles of Incorporation of the Village Center Local Government Corporation is wise, expedient, necessary, and advisable, authorizing such amendment and approving the form of such amendment. Austin Blease, City Manager.
Mayor and councilors, recently the Board of Directors met and held a spirited debate on the Articles of Incorporation, which I would like to summarize here. Now, we've got this for council consideration here.
Okay, council members, you heard that whole thing.
I was here for that meeting. I move to approve Resolution 22-53.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst council? I looked at everyone. Seeing none, all of those in favor? All of those against? No, because it's council. Yeah. Any abstentions? The resolution passes. Therefore, we are adjourning this special session of the City Council that we just held. And coming back, we are going to reconvene the meeting of the Jersey Village Local Government Corporation. The time is now 7:17 p.m., which brings us to item I, consider resolution number 2022-04, adopting an amendment to the bylaws of, just so everyone knows, council approved
we need to do H
suggestion.
first.
What's that?
H first.
H? Oh, we did. We just, that's what we were just doing. We reconvened the meeting. Do we have to do anything other than reconvene the meting for that?
I kind of mixed it up. I put a resolution in there with it. Sorry.
Oh, reconvene the meeting to consider, adopting an amendment to the RSVP.
So the board.
We have a. Sorry, I got the two mixed up.
I'll move to reconvene and consider resolution number 2022-03.
Thank you.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, and again, we're local government corporations, so you're back in play, James. All of those in favor? All of those against? I was in favor. Against? Any abstentions? The resolution passes unanimously. So that was the amendment to the Articles of Incorporation. We now have item I, consider resolution number 2022-04, adopting an amendment to the bylaws of the Village Center Local Government Corporation and requesting approval of such amendment by the City Council of the City of Jersey Village, Texas. Austin Blease, board member.
Mayor and councilors, we've got the bylaws here. It sounds like a few board members might offer some amendments.
Justin, do you have some language? I'm looking at section 1D, I think, where it describes the economic development director as a simple statement of the director shall reside within the City of Jersey Village.
Yeah, that'd be good. I'm pulling my bylaws up right now. But yeah, I mean, anything that would limit that person to be a citizen in the city. What provision are we looking at again?
Changing the economic development.
It's section 1D.
1D.
There's most of it's all scratched out. I think just adding a sentence that the director shall reside within the City of Jersey Village.
Okay.
So are we doing this to prevent? I understand the reasoning and the intent to bring it up, but would this would be preventing possibly the future economic advisor we are looking to hire, right?
It is not the same position. That is a staff position in the city.
Oh, I get that, but I know I was thinking the same thing that Mr. Drew Wasson brought up earlier. When I first read this, I had the assumption that this position was being altered to possibly be able to include the future position that the city is looking to hire via Facebook post.
I mean, that was a possibility, but now we've kind of shifted course. Instead of it being an economic development representative, they are now a at-large director, who are also now, according to our approved or soon-to-be amended Articles of Incorporation, will also require them to be a resident. Now, hypothetically, that person that is hired could move into the City of Jersey Village and meet those conditions, but that would be a restriction on us now.
Right, so I just want to bring that up. Do we want to make that a possibility for future directorship?
No, I think that by filling it with the new staff position undercuts the intent of this position was to provide an additional citizen spot. So your spot is the voice of the TERS board. There is not a spot that is a at-large citizen or a public member, and I think that was the intent that the board had. So you're on the board, so maybe it wasn't the intent, but I think you would see someone retired from development business, a retired CEO, someone who's currently serving in that role at a large organization who is a citizen of the city to provide some input.
But I completely agree, understand, hear everything. My only possible concern is, I'm on a TERS, I'm not an elected official. I cannot hear what y'all do behind closed doors in executive session. So me and this at-large person have zero idea of really what's happening until it's published. And I think the intent originally with Saul, I can see the conflict of interest, thank you for the word, with Saul, but I think the intent was well-natured to have someone represent the business side of that future development, not necessarily for financial gain, but just having that source, having their input into the board to manage this local government corporation. I just don't want to lose that. My concern with limiting it to citizenship of Jersey Village could limit what that position really could do. If it's a formal CEO, they have a lot of information, but they have no idea of really what's supposed to be coming down the pipeline in terms of actual economic development coming.
I think there's a point to that, but I'd also say I also think the whole point of Austin, like part of his job is to convey to council, if I'm wrong, tell me on this, what, when you discuss with these other people and stuff, to convey what you learn. And I would hope that would be enough. I guess for me, that the whole idea of having another citizen was getting another kind of like an outside opinion, I guess.
I think we also let's not. I think also there's kind of we're kind of construing it as though if we went into a if there were a reason to go into closed session with the local government corporation board of directors, we are not limited, I believe, only to the members of the board of directors. I think that there are instances in which you can bring in, for example, city staff members or others as long as it's related to that purpose and still retain the closed nature of that meeting.
So in the bylaws themselves, and even regardless of here or not, you're still subject to Open Meetings Act on the LGC, so you got to post meetings. But that also means that you can do executive sessions as a local government corporation board, but it's limited for the purposes provided in the Open Meetings Act. But you're also subject to public information requests, so you can't float on your own. I mean, you have protections under state law just like the council would have.
I assume that was what you were concerned about, is the inability of others, like the economic development or the community development director, not being able to participate in closed sessions, or?
It's not necessarily to participate in the closed sessions. It's more having that knowledge of whatever deal may be coming related to the LGC. For me, and what I assumed that role was to have, I'm the voice of the TERS, you guys are the voice of the city. That position is the voice of the other partnership in this potential deal or whatever.
I mean, all this really, keep in mind, a director is just a person who has a vote. It doesn't mean that they're the only person who can participate in the discussion. So,
no, I completely agree. I feel like limiting it to just a citizen is too limiting of it. And I'm not trying to say we need more power, ultimate power. I'm just I don't want to limit us to possibly having someone potentially very informative and very knowledgeable on a deal, but they don't live here, so sorry, we can't.
Yeah, I can see that. Quite a few names came to mind when I heard economic development representative of people that I'm familiar with that I could ask to be on this board that would have incredible insight into current economic trends, what's going on in Houston, buying and selling of large commercial real estate. And this is going to pretty much remove them from any ability to serve on the board.
One thing I would say to the board is that you have the ability to name ex officio members. So maybe not voting members, but if there was a situation where a development came up and you needed outside, counsel on something or whatever it would be, or this experience from somebody, you can make them an ex officio member for that purpose. And then at your discretion, they can be involved or not involved in executive session discussions or meetings with council individuals.
We just did that today. We had Brookstone here. We can do that all day long. So we can always bring somebody in to give us that
insight without allowing them to have a vote. Noted.
Okay. Any other discussion on this item? I think just to make sure that so James, you were getting ready to make a motion. Just to be clear, so you're looking at section 1D and inserting a sentence there that they shall be a resident of the city of Jersey Village.
Yeah,
And just for clarity, it's Article 2.
Yeah, Article 2.
Article 2?
Can you hand me that piece of paper? Because it has the resolution number then. Because we are now on.
And I would suggest that we also ensure that the title is changed throughout the.
It's at large now, right?
At large director, yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to move that we approve resolution 2204 with following adopted amendments in the proposed document, replacing economic development representative with at-large director, and in Article 2, Section 1, subsection D, adding that the director shall reside within the city of Jersey Village.
That's referring to the at-large director, right? Okay.
I'll second it.
We have a motion.
I appreciate the backing.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all of those in favor? All of those against? Any abstentions? The resolution passes. And so now we are adjourning the meeting of the Board of Directors of the local government corporation. And now we are finally moving to...
Can we time out and take a 5-minute break?
We're going to take a quick 5-minute recess. We will reconvene at 7:33.
No.
Okay, folks, thank you very much for your patience. I'm going to call to order the regular meeting of the Jersey Village City Council for September 12th, 2022. The time is now 7:35 p.m. Madam Secretary, do we have a quorum present?
Yes.
Great, thank you. That brings us to invocation and pledge of allegiance by Max McCray.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Dear God, thank you for keeping us safe and healthy, and please continue to do that. And thank you for the people of the city and city council, man and woman, for doing the right things for the city. Please watch over the police and firefighters for keeping us safe. Amen.
Fantastic job, Max. All right, we're going to move on to item C1, presentations. I got to make sure I sign each of these. We have proclamations recognizing Tuesday, October 4th, 2022 as National Night Out in Jersey Village. I'm going to go ahead and read this proclamation for National Night Out 2022. Whereas the National Association of Town Watch is sponsoring a unique nationwide crime, drug, and violence prevention program on October 4th, 2022, entitled National Night Out. And whereas the 39th Annual National Night Out provides a unique opportunity for the City of Jersey Village to join forces with thousands of other communities across the country in promoting cooperative police community crime prevention efforts. And whereas Jersey Village Police Department plays a vital role in assisting the Harris County Sheriff's Department through joint crime, drug, and violence prevention efforts in Jersey Village and is supporting National Night Out 2022 locally. And whereas it is essential that all citizens of Jersey Village be aware of the importance of crime prevention programs and impact that their participation can have on reducing crime, drugs, and violence in Jersey Village. And whereas police community partnerships, neighborhood safety, awareness, and cooperation are important themes of the National Night Out program. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Bobby Warren, do hereby call upon all citizens of Jersey Village to join the Jersey Village Police Department and the National Association of Town Watch in supporting the 39th Annual National Night Out on October 4th, 2022. Further, let it be resolved that I, Bobby Warren, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, October 4th, 2022 as National Night Out in Jersey Village. All right, Lieutenant. Okay, that brings us to item D, citizen comments. Citizens who have signed a card and wish to speak to the City Council will be heard at this time in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Unless the subject matter of the comment is on the agenda, the City staff and City Council members are prevented from discussing the subject, and they respond only with statements of factual information or existing policy. Citizens are limited to 5 minutes for their comments to the City Council. The first card I have is from Mark Malloy.
The only thing that I really see that I want to ask questions about is about the TERS 3, and I've seen that 3 of the properties have been purchased, and the lots have been cleared, and then I see that they're going to have some deliberation. The council is going to have deliberation tonight about maybe, I guess, purchasing another home or they're trying to apparently purchase 3 homes a year. And so I haven't really seen that has the lots been purchased, the 3 that the city's already bought, or I'm just not seeing a whole lot of anything going on except that the properties are being bought and then cleared. So have you gotten any developer, builder that's come to you interested in purchasing any of those lots to build a new home on?
That's part of what we're discussing tonight.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Mark. The next card I have is from Bruce Bowden.
Bruce Bowden, Lewis Street. Tax rate you guys settled on last month, 74.25, up from 68, roughly call it 9%. House evaluation, Harris County, 9% up from the year on year. So you're going to get about 18% more out of me because of the 2 things. That in itself is it's pretty bad. Your town hall you had, thank you for having it, was informative, but the fact that you're pulling in $8 million a year and you have a kitty of over $18 million a year in a slush fund, and you're raising the tax rate 9% just for the city, okay, not counting with if I would have stayed at my current evaluation, but again, you're getting the 9% Harris County has given you. So my question is, why? Why do you need the extra 9%? You already got more money that you don't know what to do with already. You got the rabbit hole of the golf course you want to spend it on. You got the rabbit hole of the new city hall, I gather, and the baseball park. I mean, how many more things do you have to dream up? My point is, and I think you made this when I was on city council, we went and financed it because we had participation of the citizens, all of them, not the ones, Mayor, that you think if you're not informed you shouldn't vote on, but everybody had a chance, whether they're informed or not, to voice their opinion, to get informed. You're not giving the citizens a chance. You're just, money's got over here, nice handy slush fund. Let's go spend it on a golf course that's already losing money. If you could get the golf course people to run it to where it's profitable, just for a year, you might have people that would say, let's go spend some more on it. But we're not there. I don't see anyone, committee or not, telling you how to make that golf course profitable. Is that a problem? I mean, how hard is it? It's one of 2 things. Revenue versus cost. That's your equation right there. If you can't make the revenue, you got to cut the cost. Or you got to increase to get your revenue. Take your pick. But I'm telling you, it frustrates me because you guys refuse to get the citizens involved in your decision making.
So you would have us take out debt?
I'd rather take out debt with everybody agreeing to do it, but I don't think you should have $18 million sitting on the sideline.
Well, in 4 years, we're going to be completely debt-free if we continue at this pace. I'll take that over that.
Well, is that $18 million going into the paying off the debt?
We paid off every bit of debt we're allowed to. Bond debt is not the same as your credit card debt.
I realize that, but you can get them to come out too. So my point is that you've got the money. Then do this. Let's make a free year for all the property owners. Drop the debt down to 0 and let no one, don't collect none. No, you got $8 million to play with. You said that's what you get every year. You got 18. You'd be down 10. So what? But everybody in Jersey Village wouldn't have any taxes from the city. But I'm telling you, you can't just use the money for your own whatever. And the golf course is a prime example of that. And the city hall would be, in fact, a worse example of it. Because there's no reason to build something on the far side of this freeway. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next comment card I have is from Ashley Brown.
Okay, I just saw you guys. 15602 Lakeview Drive. So first, thank you for actively listening to what I said an hour ago. I really appreciate that. I have learned a lot on my short time on the Planning and Zoning Committee, and I wanted to just say I really hate that I couldn't have more than 4 doghouses if I wanted, or I can't expand my backyard garden because I have a shed, I have a greenhouse, I wanted a doghouse. You know, I don't think it should be limited. If you're healthy and you're safety and you're not contaminating, it's our backyard, it's our lot, we pay taxes. I really think you should stay out of my business. So I just wanted to voice that actively and openly because I don't think you should manage my house. But I also would like to be reappointed to the Park and Rec Committee. So I showed up because I know some of you like that. And I'm saying please appoint me. I love that job and I would like to keep it. And I do want to say something about the golf course. I had a very unique view of the golf course with my husband working there 13 years. And I may not always agree with everything that is said about the golf course. But he got a lot of crap for pointing out things that were inefficient in his last 2 years there. And I know I talked to one person specifically in detail about it. So I may not always agree with the words used, because like I said, I do think those matter. But as an economist who looks at efficiency, you have a lot of holes. You should look into a Kaizen process for the golf course. If you don't know what Kaizen is, you should look into it. I'd be glad to talk to you about it. I participated in 5 at United Rentals, and they dramatically increased our productivity. And I know nothing about golf, but I heard my husband talking, and I heard the inefficiencies, and I know nothing about golf. I have a business degree. So take it for what it's worth. I understand the math doesn't always work out in everybody's opinions, but if somebody who doesn't golf, doesn't know anything about golf, can see the inefficiencies of a maintenance department that takes money, I'm sure it's not just in a maintenance department. Thanks.
Thanks, Ashley. The next card I have is from Jim Fields.
Mayor, City Council, Jim Fields, 16413 St. Helier. First, I want to commend Councilwoman McCray. I really appreciate your interest in the lookout for the citizens. You're a breath of fresh air. Thank you so much. Moving on, one thing I want to ask real quick, Mr. Singleton, you were talking to Ms. McCray, and you said 2 people knocked on her door. You said them looking right at us. Who was it? You were looking over here. Who was it? You were saying them. Who? Okay. That's typical. That's your answer.
Yeah, I'm not going to clarify that. If I wanted to clarify, I would have called out the people by name.
No, you said them, and she said no.
People
so she
don't want to do
what
that.
You pointed out to. That's rude and unprofessional. Don't do that. Okay. One other thing is code enforcement. Mr. Singleton, I wish you not park your car on the grass anymore. You're setting a bad example. Moving on. Have we done nothing with the buying the clubhouse, buying a property over there? We would have had amassed a fund of $26 million. And I think the purposes of city government is to look out for the benefit and well-being of the citizens. If that is the case, if this was amassed over 10 years, then we're obviously overtaxed. And I believe there's about 2,100 homeowners. We're not including apartments. This equates to about $1,238 per year. Now, I know the prices are different. I'm just simplifying. I think that's crazy. We come first. And here you take these monies, trying to play Monopoly, and saying, claim you're going to make money. The other thing is, when it came to the ROI on the golf course, I didn't see numbers anywhere. There was no consideration, I don't think, of inflation. It's going to happen. It's going to continue. I didn't see anything on the recession that's continuing here. So in the future, please provide those information for us so we can comment and actually advise on it. One last thing, I'm still concerned we're going to spend this $8 million on a golf course when we have, and what I read, I may be wrong on this, is that we had a valve that did not shut off a week from here, and the whole city was without water. I could not believe that. So we're going to spend $8 million on a golf course that doesn't make money, and to hopes that it does make money, no assurances. I never see any risk assessments here saying, well, what happens if it doesn't make money? That goes in all businesses. Will we end up footing the bill? Of course. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. The next card I have is from Eric A. Now.
Erica Now, 15601 Singapore Lane. My wife and I are looking forward to participating in National Night Out this year. Check us out on the far east side of Singapore. All of Singapore is, of course, invited, and the rest of the city to stop by. I do want to point out to the citizens here and also future video, Councilmember Drew Wasson has an excellent email that he sends out a couple of days before City Council meets with links and relevant points of interest on the consent agenda and regular agenda. Highly, highly recommended. I know that
Can I make a statement of fact, please?
I'm sorry.
Sure.
With what he's saying about this, I want to tell you that Drew's emails, I 100% agree with him to the point where my husband says that Drew's emails are more informative than any information I give. Good job. Kudos, Drew.
That being said, I think, as it was pointed out earlier, the social media drama of not knowing what's going on or what's coming up, they are certainly, it doesn't 100% abide taking care of everything, but they certainly are informative, especially coming to the meeting. So if you get the email, you'll know a couple of my upcoming comments are relevant. Glad you are closing that abandoned water well. Agreed. Yes to the license plates for the golf carts. Finally, after having taken the JV Citizens Academy, I fully am supportive of the purchase of the 2 new large fire apparatuses. I think that the selling of the older vehicles to help purchase the new ones is financially smart. For your executive session and the evaluation of city manager and city secretary, I know them both and have seen them both at work in action. Lori and Austin have performed amazingly well. On the public side, they have been incredible, and I have really enjoyed interacting with them on all occasions. Excellent people. I wholeheartedly commend them and the outstanding work that they do for our city. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Eric. The next card I have is from Michael Stimbridge.
Michael Stimbridge, 15422 Jersey Drive. I heard that somebody was being critical of the council or the mayor. I don't know if they were referencing social media or here, but I could verify. I mean, I can vouch that this council, this mayor, this city manager, the floodplain director, Harry Ward or whoever, have done more. I mean, maybe it's just my subjective opinion, but more than a whole lot of councils and mayors in past decades here in Jersey Village. And, I mean, Wall Street, Crawford is pretty much done. Some 21, 30, whatever the number of homes have been elevated. There's plans for E127. The Bayou was being done before the contractor, nixed the gig and left, which really, I know the city didn't tell him to do that. I know the county didn't tell him to do that. I know Tom Ramsey, Jeremy Phillips didn't tell him to do that. That's a deal with that business. And so we were hopeful because it was being dug. And now the Bayou, the contractor has left or whatever, and that's why the work is stopped. And they are in the process. There's a surety bond. There's something called a preferred bond. The county's trying to get their money back. Jeremy Phillips is very knowledgeable about this at flood control. So we're hopeful that gets fixed. There's also a flood tunnels project that I didn't mention last time or the time before. This is a project where they're taking flood tunnels. They're building flood tunnels from what's called the outflow, Tom Ramsey says, on up to out to the Beltway and various projects. There's a Greenbrier project. There's some other projects, but the White Oak Bayou project only comes up, that tunnel, flood tunnel they're called, only comes up just past 610, to the middle of 610, midway between Beltway 8. And I have argued, to Tom Ramsey in writing and to flood control, Jeremy Phillips, that I think the flood tunnel should come up through Jersey Village, maybe just to the top of Jersey Village. Since E127, why is it stalling? The Bayou, we know why that's stalling. And drain out some of this water. Like you said, Mayor, there are still families like ours and many others that are still vulnerable. The Mitchum's flooded. You know how it is. So I like the flood tunnels idea. I've told Commissioners Court that I want Jersey Village to be included. This all becomes extremely crucial because Commissioners Court, the county's getting back $750 million from the GLO that the GLO kind of took hostage and took from the federal government. I don't want to get political, but the county's getting that money back now. And I know that Tom Ramsey and Jack Hagel, despite their party, agree with that. They want that money. So that should be allowed to be done. These are county issues. They should be allowed to get a contractor, the flood district, get back on, widen that bayou back behind where we live, and all these other people in Jersey Village. And I think the flood tunnel should come up through Jersey Village. And then FEMA's going to do $800 million this next year. Our elevation fell through. I understand because you clearly outlined that, Mayor, when you said FEMA got $650 million, only $160 million of it was awarded, and I don't know why that was, but we're hopeful that our house could be put back into the elevation rounds, for this year or next year, whatever the one that got $800 million. We would sell. I talked to my wife. I wanted her to sell, but she doesn't want to because her market value is low. People talk about tiers 2. But tiers 3, I'm sorry. Excuse me, James. But some people don't have the money to actually move. That's a surprising issue. Some people's houses are so low valued that they don't have the ability. That we don't have the financial fortitude to do that. And my wife likes the schools. She likes the teachers at Post. She likes the teachers at the intermediate school. The high school's nearby. She's talking about, I don't know, maybe staying until our kid gets educated. But I was for moving. We just don't have the cash to do it, and she's right. My wife is right. A lot of times wives are right. But so I just wanted to go over all this. FEMA's going to get $800 million. The county's getting $750 million. That should, if you want to as citizens, somehow write or compel your Tom Ramsey, Commissioner Precinct 3, or Jeremy Phillips at Flood Control District, if you care about your Bayou project, just kind of politely, amicably say, can we get a contractor? Can we get on this? Can we get this going again? Get the bulldozers back out there? And with the flood tunnels, I support that project. People may have different views. There is a subsidence
Sorry,
issue.
Mike, that's time.
Yeah, there's a subsidence issue in JV, so that's all. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mike. And the last comment card I have is from Kimberly Anow.
My name is Kimberly Anow, and I live at 15601 Singapore Lane. As my 13th installment on Jersey Village, the city has rapidly made growth working with other government entities and surrounding communities. The beginning of the 1980s really gave way to changes in Harris County and an increase in services, technology, population, building, and the ETJ as our village picked up the pace as a bustling municipality. In 1980, a circus was offered for the Parks and Recreation Department to consider hosting. Planning began for the 25th Founders Day celebration. An inquiry for an Ecuador Street traffic bridge to be built over White Oak Bayou, and the Beltway 8 build-out evaluations of noise, pollution, and safety continued as it would eventually be built behind the Argentina Street easement. In 1981, there was a proposal to change the street name of West Belt to Senate Avenue, and the city began licensing of household pets. In January 1982, an annexation was voted in favor to make Jones Road a right-of-way. The speed limits of Jones was officially made 35 miles an hour from 290 to the northwestern area of the South Fork of White Oak Bayou, then increasing to 45 miles an hour. The speed limit of 290 changed in certain areas from 55 to 50, as recommended by the State Highway Department. The speed limit of Lakeview from Jersey to Honolulu was ratified to lower from 30 to 25. A disability homestead exemption of $3,000 was approved by council. More changes regarding Village Drive was discussed to widen it from the 290 feeder to the water towers, provided for cooperation with HLMP and Exxon Gas due to the underground pipeline. $725 was donated for the planting of trees along Senate Avenue. Mayor Kester's widow, Melba, donated in memory of her husband funds to be used by the fire department to purchase rescue gator jaws. In April 1982, Fire Chief Frank Marr reported on the proposed 911 system, which would help persons needing assistance to get a better response for emergencies. After approval by the Harris County Commissioners Court and election by the citizens, the increase to a monthly phone bill would be 20 cents. The 100 Club of Houston awarded the prestigious Officer of the Year to Officer Joyce Mayer for 1982 and to Officer Michael Kelly for 1983. Police Chief Robert Parsley was authorized to sell to the highest bidder a 1975 Chrysler Newport, which one website described the law enforcement Newports as a detective car with less curb jumping ability than patrol cars. As of September 19, 1983, it was reported that 1,386 houses had been or were being built in Jersey Village. This increase in residents also made way for one particularly popular city park, initially called Senate Avenue Park, as it was located at the eastern corner of Jersey Drive, and eventually to be renamed after Carol Fox, who dedicated herself to many years in several roles in our city government. The chairman of the Beautification Committee, Sherry Wilson, presented to council photographs and a newspaper article of playground equipment donated to the city by Grandy's Country Cooking Restaurant. One controversial subject that was cooking with city council was the request to open the western sides of Seattle and Congo streets to allow for access to 290 and to a proposed platting of a new area of housing at the northeastern corner of 290 at Jersey. Several residents spoke before council advising they did not want this change due to traffic, safety, and lowered home values. Council was polled and they declined the request to open the streets. The complicated and tedious nature of running a municipality is not new to most areas, but Jersey Village only began in 1956. The complexities of working with Harris County, the state of Texas, and even its own citizens can draw out many processes meant to improve the quality of life and attract new residents. The importance of collecting taxes from home ownership, retail sales, and even traffic infractions means that we get to live the high life of an attractive city that is well protected by our public police and fire departments. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Kimberly.
Kimberly, I noticed at the beginning, this is the 13th month?
Yeah, I started last September.
Thank you for 1 year. Those have always been a good look forward to, and it's nice to see that traffic complaints haven't changed since 1982.
Absolutely. Okay, so that's all for citizens' comments, which brings us to the city manager's report. Austin, please.
Mayor and councilors, the report's in front of you. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for the city?
I don't have any questions, but congratulations on the golf course for hitting $2 million in revenue.
It's been a great year at the golf course for sure. First time they've ever hit that revenue mark.
I did have a question, and I was hoping maybe Robert could give a little insight into this. I noticed with the code enforcement, can you take me through when someone is issued a violation of a code, what the steps are, and how long it takes for the city to be able to have any type of action towards getting that corrected?
Yeah, I can kind of answer that with a broad view. So each violation, specific violation, will have its own procedure set within our Muni Code, and it varies per violation. This response procedure timelines were established, to my knowledge, a good time ago, back when Gordon or Gibson was there as the code enforcement officer, and basically, I understand that BBG will be reworking these timelines as well in their project, and at which point they can aim to either shorten the time period provided for each violation or lengthen the time period provided. I understand. I don't think lengthening is the goal here, but basically utilizing the guidelines and recommendation of the P&Z. So, to answer your question, each one has a specific timeline and procedure set in place, and while the specific delivery and receipt of certain notices may impact that timeline often.
And so, just to clarify, so the order of this, what happens, that timeline has not changed for quite some time in Jersey Village.
Austin might be able to elaborate further on that, but to my knowledge, no.
It has not changed in several years. I think there was a few changes early in Gordon Gibson's career here. He was here for 20 years almost. So I don't think anything's changed in the last 20 to 25 years.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I did have one question. I wanted to quickly, we usually look at the revenue for the golf course, which is tremendous. I noticed that at least through the end of August that it's pretty dang close to break even. Do we anticipate that, September is usually a decently strong month. Do we anticipate that the golf course is going to be profitable this year?
It's going to be close, but we're going to fall short. Predicting the similar September month as we had in August. Rainy Labor Day definitely put an impact on that one. We'll probably do 185 in September, come in at $2.22 million. A big thing to note was the drought conditions, and our water authority fees were pretty significant, but had we had favorable conditions, yes. Now granted, there's other weather conditions that we could have dealt with as well.
Okay. I was just curious, obviously, since that's, for some people, that's a big condition of deciding to spend more money on the golf course, is whether it's profitable or not, and that's pretty dang close. So,
yeah, I can say we're definitely working toward that. It's obviously our goal. We're working on refining the operating margin, as well as looking at some of the equipment that we own, potentially own versus rent and finance. So, it's definitely on our radar, and that's a target we're set to chase.
Yeah, I'll say, considering a lot of the investments that have been made in the golf course the last couple of years, the fact that revenue is being turned towards improvements to the golf course, that I see it's just a matter of time before we start to reap that benefit. So, great. Any other questions for the city manager on his report?
In previous meetings, I heard the local government corp talked about a community development role that the city manager was looking to hire. Any updates on are we getting applicants for that yet?
So we took applications and we brought some people for the first round, and nobody made it past that first round, so we reopened that again, and we've got 15 or so applications as of right now that we're reviewing as they come in. Hopeful that we'll find the great person that's out there.
Historically, you and your staff have been very selective in your hiring, looking for the skills, the right personality fit, and it has paid off immensely. So keep going until you find the right person.
We don't settle, that's for sure.
Any other questions? No? Okay, then we will move on. That brings us to the consent agenda. It was brought to my attention that there is one item that we do need to pull from the consent agenda, according to the city attorney. Item 4, regarding the accepting and approving the amendment to the bylaws that the local government corporation passed. That will be pulled from the consent agenda. With that modified consent agenda, are there any items that any council member wishes to pull from the consent agenda? And if not, I would welcome a motion.
There's no items. I just wanted to point out about the flood insurance assessment, how right now Jersey Village, I'm surprised that we have such a low adoption rate compared with the previous history of flooding. It's mentioned in there. I think it's almost below 50%. And some of that is due to cost, but some of the steps staff is taking to build awareness of flood insurance and of course, all the flood mitigation. We right now are at a level, according to FEMA, where we're getting a 15% discount on that for those in the floodplain, which is, I would dare say, many of us. And next fiscal year, it looks to go to 20%. That's real money. So kudos to staff for that effort, and I will happily endorse that.
Now, if they could extend that 15 or 20% for those of us not in the floodplain, that would be even better.
It is a smaller discount. It's 5% right now, and I think it will go to 10% if we get to that next level in CRS.
Then I assume that there is no other items that need to be pulled from the consent agenda. If not, I would entertain a motion.
I move to adopt all items on the consent agenda.
I'll second.
That's minus the number 4, right?
Minus the 4th item.
Second again.
Got it. All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? All of those against? Any abstentions? The consent agenda as modified passes. And so that brings us to the regular agenda. We're going to go ahead and consider the item that we pulled from the consent agenda. Item 4, consider resolution number 2022-56, accepting and approving an amendment to the bylaws of the Village Center Local Government Corporation. Austin Blease, City Manager.
I'll fill in. I'll do the duties here. Just because the board met and amended the bylaws as they were presented, so you have to approve the amended bylaws. That's why it's pulled.
All right. Any discussion? I think we had plenty of it. But
No.
So I would entertain a motion at this time.
I make a motion that we approve resolution number 2022-56, accepting the amended bylaws.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And those against? Any abstentions? The resolution passes unanimously. That brings us to item G1, consider resolution number 2022-58, appointing members to the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee, the Board of Adjustment, the Building Board of Adjustment and Appeals, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, and the Golf Course Advisory Committee. Lori Cootie, City Secretary.
Okay, so Mayor, we have several appointments to make, and probably the easiest way to do this would be to go through Exhibit A. So we'll start with the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Can I make a recommendation? Yeah. In the interest of time and just efficiency, I would like to propose that we go through them and have the liaison that sits on the board make either a short list or a list of their recommendations. A lot of these are very technical, and honestly, I'm scared to appoint somebody that might not be the best fit, and I really just trust and value y'all's input and insight on these specific boards. Any opposition to that?
That makes sense. I think that's a great idea, actually.
Because I'm sure we could also talk about 4 hours on this topic.
All right, so first up, we're looking at Planning and Zoning Commission.
Drew, that's you.
Yeah, I lost my place there. I know that there were 5 applicants. I saw that the chair had recommended an applicant the last go round, and we filled the seat, but he has nominated him or submitted his name for nomination. So I would go with David Locke, given his experience, and he knows all about Jersey Village, given his longevity in the town.
I had also written down David for that.
And that's to replace Ty Camp, who is leaving the board. I have no issues with the current members who are renominating themselves.
Okay. Any thoughts on that? Any objections?
Nope, I'll second that slate of
Well, why don't we, I think we're looking at going all the way down, and then we'll make it all in one motion. So it sounds like we've got consensus on the Planning and Zoning Commission, which of course also operates as the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee. So next up, we've got the Board of Adjustment. So we have 2 applicants. There are 3 positions that are up, and we have all 3 of the incumbents that are currently seeking reappointment.
I would recommend that we retain all the 3 members.
I would agree.
Note one of the things when I looked through here too was the attendance for these committee meetings is noted and goes into factor that decision.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that? Sounds like consensus on reappointment of the existing members. That brings us to the Building Board of Adjustment and Appeals. We have 4 spots to consider. All 4 incumbents desire reappointment. We have 2 interested applicants. The tricky one with that is I don't even know if they've met very recently or not. It's a very, very infrequent meeting board.
Is this one mine?
I believe so, yeah. You almost
I just want to verify, because I think it is, but I also don't know when. It's a very, very rare.
They've not met.
They've not met when I've been here, so it's not like I've gone and don't remember.
And honestly, that is one of those ones that also is fairly technical, and so there's a certain amount of experience, I think, that is really needed to be effective on that board.
And can I get clarification? They're all expiring, but there's only. We can keep the same ones, right, on this one? I'm just trying to verify they are all wanting reappointment.
Correct. There's four positions, because I believe the entire board is how many people on that board?
A 7-member board.
Okay, 7 members. So 4 out of the 7, and all 4 are up. Are these 4 are all 4 incumbents?
Then I would definitely recommend to keep these.
Okay. Other thoughts? Okay, sounds like consensus on that as well. Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. We have 4 of the spots on the committee that are up for reappointment. 3 of the incumbents have indicated that they desire reappointment, and we have 1 alternate slot that is currently vacant. We have a very large slate of, 8 potential applicants. That's really phenomenal.
Yes. Well, I would. I don't even know what I would do if Doris wasn't on it. So I would love to keep Doris and Ashley Brown. I think they're very valuable. Rachel Beasley just filled the seat 2 months ago because she was nicely stepping in. So I would just like, to at least give her an opportunity to. And then I would be interested in Doris's input for my other 2 that I had, just because she has so much background. I was looking at Edward Locke. He's Knights of Columbus golfer. He has an MPA in political economy, and he just wants to get involved. He saw the advertisement in the Star, so I really like that. And my other one was, forgive me if I say this incorrect, Sirishat Song. She is the Director of Creative Services, a volunteer for the Buddhavas Temple, and active in the Thai performing arts. So I just wanted to get Doris's input on which of those 2 you felt would be a good fit to complete our little circle. Okay.
I don't know either one. I'm sorry, I can't.
That's okay. Then I think of those, the one at the bottom just seems like something that we have never had an opportunity to experience on the board. I'm very interested in the performing arts aspect. I know that we've tried to get the band and cheerleaders and a couple little performance things to complement our big events, so I wonder if that avenue would be really a new beneficial partnership. But then I guess those are my 3. 4. Her name is Sirishat, Sirichat, and last name is Song.
Any thoughts on this particular board?
My only thought is that Sarah has served in a lot of different areas. I think Sarah would be a great pick for that board too. But I'm not familiar with those other two that you mentioned.
I also agree it'd be good, but what she's bringing to the table as far as post-PTO connection, Cub Scouts, and the teacher background is something we do have a connection with at this time. And she's pretty active in us planning right now anyway.
I think there's a point to what you're saying about some different diversity being included.
I agree.
And what I like is there are voting members on this board, but there are plenty of opportunities to get involved and support the Parks and Rec event. So I'd encourage anyone who's not on the board to participate in those.
Yeah, and they do. We get visitors that Emma, I know, has come to a few meetings and taken on some roles in planning. So absolutely.
Yeah, I don't oversee any of these boards or liaison to any of these. Your point of they can help without being on there, did you just say that Sarah is helping already?
I said that I speak to Sarah when we have to do anything with post-PTO. Are you talking about Sarah Bowden?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will say, and just, I don't know if this is where you were going. I was kind of hoping that you were. There may be also some value to I mean, we've got 8 different people here. I don't know if we want to go down them or not, but I mean, I do think that it's an important point if they already are volunteering for these events. I think that should be a big sort of point of advantage or a key element that should be taken into consideration. I personally would like to see us appoint people if they're already active. I think that's a good indicator of their interest and willingness to get in there and really help out, that they're already doing it without being already on the committee, and should be given a pretty significant weight in the decision making here.
I mean, if you guys are split, another option would be to nominate a man if there's no men on that committee. I don't know the full list of the committee. I mean, if there's...
Yes, we could. No. Doris and I have talked about this too. Right. So, yeah, I can go with Edward then. Let's go with Edward Locke.
Or
Alex.
I was kind of going that direction. I had a planned thought, and then I got thrown off, and then I didn't recover well. This committee does a lot of work, and this committee, I really like hearing from people on the committee, and from Doris has always had lots of really good insight. Ashley's raised her hands once or twice. I'd like to recognize Ashley and get her input on this particular item.
Just to kind of capture that on the record here, which basically, to sum it up, you're agreeing that you would like to see a male appointed in order to capture, yeah. Sure.
Can I give you a brief summary of Alex and Edward, briefly? So Alex has a CPA, Master's in Accounting. He has never served in this capacity, but he continues to see solicitations in the JV Star and just wants to help. He would like to be on any committee that anybody feels is helpful. Edward Locke, he's on the Knights of Columbus. He was pretty funny on his application. I laughed when he was reading it. He said something funny about being a golfer. MPA in political economy and public policy analysis, and he just wants to get involved.
I mean, that sounds great to me. I mean, we need more people, and I just think there's a lot of.
So a minute ago, I think you said Edward Locke, and looking at the two applicants there, I would agree Edward Locke would be the pick.
He was bolded for me, so I'll go with Doris, Ashley, Rachel, and Edward.
Sounds good.
Okay. Sounds like we've got consensus. Am I right? Okay. And that brings us to I believe, the Golf Course Advisory Committee. There are 3 slots up for consideration, and all 3 of the incumbents are desiring reappointment.
And I think due to the work that has been done on the golf course and will continue to be done on the golf course until we settled it, we would be good to continue with the 3 that would like to be reappointed. So I'm recommending that we reappoint Ronald, Carrie, and Kevin.
And I don't know anybody that knows golf more than Sherry. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, I think we have our consensus slates here. Lori, did you have everything you needed in order to record that?
Yeah, we'll just need a motion to approve the resolution 2022-62.
All right, I would entertain a motion at this time.
58, right? Okay. So I'll move to approve resolution 22-58.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those against? Any abstentions? The resolution passes. So that brings us to item G2. Consider resolution number 2022-59, selecting individuals to serve on the TML Intergovernmental Risk Pool Board of Trustees, places 6, 7, 8, and 9, which is for workers' compensation, property, and liability benefits. Lori Cootie, City Secretary.
Yeah, so Mayor, there's been a ballot that's included in the meeting packet, and it has the various people who are interested in being appointed to those places. Some of those members are incumbents and desire reappointment, and some are new people, so council will need to sift through that ballot and figure out who they want on those positions.
Oh, good. I thought maybe you called and talked to him. I knew that you did some research, but I didn't. Maybe you had called and talked to all of them.
Could we maybe just ask Austin for his opinion since he sits on the board?
I think that's a good idea.
Please.
If Austin's willing to be put in that position.
So, Mayor and Councilors, I do sit on that board, and thank you for allowing me to serve the city and the state in that way. Currently, the incumbents are doing a great job, I think. Place 8 is the only spot where there is not an incumbent. And just kind of looking at the geographical regions of TML that are represented, Chris Kaufman, Region 8, I know Chris, he's a really good guy. Region 8 is lacking. Marion Mendoza is also she's in Region 7, and that's an area that's a little bit lacking on the board as well. So those would be one of my 2 picks for that spot. Otherwise, I think the incumbents are doing a good job.
And just so everyone knows, this is the Texas Municipal League Intergovernmental Risk Pool. This is essentially a source of a large chunk of our insurance. It saves us quite a bit of money over going out into the private sector for insurance.
So Chris Kaufman was on my list that I would be okay with. That was because he served as a past president for TCMA.
And then you said Rebecca Haas for place 7?
Marion Mendoza for place 8. So Chris Kaufman or Marion Mendoza would be my picture for place 8, just from a geographical perspective. I do know Chris. I don't know Marion. I do know Mike Land. He's also a very, very good person. But place 7, Mayor Dennis She's been very good on that board.
And it looked like place 6, they failed to note incumbent, but it looked like Allison Hayward was the incumbent.
Correct. Allison Hayward's the incumbent, and then for place 9, Opal Malden Jones is the incumbent.
Would anybody be offended if I made a motion on this?
Go for it.
Okay. Do I need to read the whole resolution?
No, generally you just say approve resolution with the following appointments.
I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution 2022-59 with the incumbents in place 6, 7, and 9, and Chris Kaufman in place 8. Will that suffice, Lori?
I'll second. Do you need their,
I just want to make sure that was descriptive enough.
I'll second. Do you need their names for the... Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? All of those against? Any abstentions? The resolution passes. That brings us to item G3, consider resolution number 2022-37, amending Chapter 66, Traffic and Vehicles, Article 6, Regulation of Golf Carts, Section 66-182, Operation Regulations of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Jersey Village, Texas, by adding a new subsection requiring license plates on golf carts, containing findings and other provisions relating to the subject, providing a penalty, providing for severability, providing for publication, and providing an effective date. Lieutenant Danny Keel, Jersey Village Police Department.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So, during a recent Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, it was brought to the attention of the police department that license plates weren't displayed on some golf carts. So when we started researching it, we noticed that there was a state law that requires it in certain municipalities where they've been approved. And during the 2020 council meeting back on June 15th, it didn't get the verbiage didn't get put into the ordinance as far as the license plate goes. It was brought to our attention via the website that it was on the website by a Planning and Zoning Committee member. Noticed that the website required it, but the actual ordinance itself did not. So we're asking that the license plate be added to it. In addition, with the headlamps, tail lamps, reflectors, parking, brake, mirrors, and then also the license plate part added in there.
Okay, any discussion on this?
I remember that vibrant discussion, and I really thought we had it in there because we specifically talked about this subject.
I thought that I have no problem with the license plates. I thought that it was already incorporated because we adopted the state law and everything associated with the state law.
Yes, I mean the way the law is still there right now, and so essentially it's a cleanup of your code to make it obvious that you need to do it. And I think what Lieutenant was saying is that there's the discrepancy now could be confusing if you look on your application. I think it's the application that requires it, but it's not in your code. So then, it's a question: should you have it or not? And there is an exception under state law when you can. There's a small exception when you cannot have one, but that really wouldn't apply here. So it's just better to put it in your code, and make it clear to everybody.
Yeah, that's fine. I just don't want to be redundant for redundant's sake, but that's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised that it wasn't there either, considering how much time we spent discussing this ordinance.
We even talked about the application process, how to get a license plate, and the fact that COVID caused problems getting the license plate and everything. So I'm ready to move on.
This seems like a no-brainer.
I move to approve ordinance 2022-37.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? All of those against? Any abstentions? The ordinance passes unanimously. That brings us to item G2, consider resolution number 2022-60, authorizing the city manager, Austin Blease, to proceed with the purchase of a new Pierce Custom Velocity mid-mount 100-foot aerial truck and a Pierce Custom Velocity pumper truck. Mark Bitts, Fire Chief.
Now I can see everybody because sitting down there and I get this big wall there. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
The agenda before you this evening is to authorize the city manager to purchase 2 new fire apparatus, 1 pumper truck and 1 aerial truck. The purpose for bringing this to you tonight is to do 4 things. Lock in the pricing of these trucks, lock in the value of the trade-in trucks, get the trucks in queue for build, and save money. The pricing we received from the Texas dealer, Siddons Martin, is the aerial mid-mount tower truck is currently priced at $2,187,222. And the Velocity pumper is currently priced at $1,146,120. We will trade in 3 fire apparatus upon delivery. Those vehicles are the 2018 Spartan rescue truck, the 2003 Pierce Enforcer engine, and the 2009 Pierce Velocity engine. Those value right now, all total, $576,000 as a trade-in. Signing this purchase agreement will lock in the trade-in value of these apparatus and bring the total for the 2 new trucks to $2,727,342, paid out upon delivery. Pierce Fire Truck Manufacturing indicates they will have pricing increases over the next couple of years totaling 46.5%. And for each month we wait to lock these trucks in, it adds 3 months to the build. So if we wait and do this next month, we add 3 months. As you know, we put funds towards the replacement of these vehicles annually. We will have the funding for these 2 vehicles in our replacement plan upon delivery and request authorization for the city manager to move forward with the purchase of these vehicles. Finally, I want to just take a second to thank the committee members, Michael Bunn, Jacob Daly, Chris DeDeer, Bill Shepard, and with us here tonight in the back, Kevin Sullivan. These committee members spent since June putting together all of these specs with this company in 2 months, and it's a great deal of work. They were meticulous and spent a great deal of time to make sure they presented that what is presented in your packet here tonight is not just what we need. It's not fluff. It's just what we need, okay? And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions for Chief?
What's the build time? And
30
years,
months
isn't it?
to 36 months. Yeah, so they'll come in 2025.
I think we've already had a discussion about deferred purchasing, so that's not up for debate, at least for me. I do have a question going from 3 apparati to 2. I think we discussed this during our spring workshop, but can you enlighten us that would we be able to have coverage that we need with only 2?
Well, we'll have a reserve engine as well. That will be a second out engine if we needed it. You have to look at the past. The past is we had 46 volunteers. We could man all the trucks that we have now. As we look towards the future, we realize we don't need as much as we have right now. So it is reducing a little bit, but we do believe as we add more people on in the future years, the tower truck and engine and a reserve will just serve us just fine.
Any other questions for Chief? And Chief, I know we discussed this during our budget retreat back in May. If I remember correctly, also having that rescue or having the tower truck would be a huge help for us because of some of the, I guess we had previously to some degree relied upon a Cy-Fair fire department having their tower truck nearby. So this will, since they've now moved that a little further away, this will ensure that we're keeping that equipment close by in case it's needed, right?
Correct. Cy-Fair is a huge department growing with land and building, and they have to serve their community. And so we used to have a truck that was close by, but it wasn't quite what we needed, to make the whole area of our city. It was still lacking there, but now it's even further. We can't make the 2-mile requirement. We can't make the 4-minute, 28-second requirement by ISO. So that is one thing, and as we look to the future of what might happen as we build bigger buildings and we get to a square footage and water pressure requirement that ISO requires. So we're just looking to the future here is really what we're doing with the tower truck.
Okay. Well, if there are no other questions, I would entertain a motion at this time.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2022-60, authorizing City Manager Austin Blease to proceed.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? All of those against? Any abstentions? The resolution passes unanimously. All right. Thank you, Chief. All right. That brings us to mayor and council comments. I think I will start down on this end with Councilmember McCray.
I feel like I've said enough today. Also, the homecoming parade's on a Wednesday. Everybody needs to make sure they're aware of that. It's the 12th, I believe, of October. So come with your bags ready to pick up all the candy. It's very important. And thank you to everybody for all your hard work.
Councilmember Singleton.
As we heard earlier, October 4th is National Night Out. Make sure you mark it down your calendar. You spend your time in JV. Go meet your neighbors that you don't know. And it's a fantastic night.
Councilmember Watson.
Two prior speakers stole my thunder, so thank you and enjoy the rest of September. Hopefully cooler temperatures will be here soon.
Councilmember Shepherd.
No comments from me.
Mayor Pro Tem Mitchum.
I wanted to say congratulations to Dispatch. We welcomed 2 babies this month, baby James and baby Leo. I just wanted to give an extra shout out to Robert. A couple of the moms emailed you about a dog waste station in front of the park, and it was installed in 1 week. Thank you, thank you. And then congratulations to Austin for, can I say the Houston Chronicle thing? No, I cannot. Congratulations to Austin for being awesome. Also, the Lazy Day 1.5K is coming up October 1st. And that is where we just trot around the pond, and it's going to be super fun. Please come out and join us.
All right. So I won't repeat what others have said. I will, however, just highlight something that I mentioned in my mayor's newsletter this month. Mike kind of referenced it a bit. When we're submitting grant applications for home elevations, one of the challenges we have is that virtually every year, if not every year, the number of applicants or the number of applications far outweigh any available funding. So it is just going to be a situation where some applications make it, but a lot don't. And that, trying to find that magic number to get into that, the number that do make it is very challenging. We did find out recently that FEMA is supposed to be receiving a substantial increase in funding for such grant opportunities for this fiscal year. So they're supposed to be receiving $800 million for funding. To give you some comparison, this last year for the same grant program, they only had $160 million worth of funding. So 160 million going up to 800 million. And why is that important? Because this last year there were $680 million worth of grants that were submitted. So you can see why it's so competitive. And the reason I bring this up to bring to the attention of our citizens is that if any of you out there had applied, or maybe you didn't even apply for any home elevation program, despite receiving notice that you may be eligible, if you kind of gave up on it, take another look and really, we encourage people to take advantage of this opportunity that exists. There's no guarantees, but this is as good an opportunity as we've seen in a long time. So if you have any questions at all, call City Hall. You can speak to our city manager, and he will be happy to look at your home address and see kind of if we need some additional information from you or to answer any questions you may have regarding the process. So with that, we are going to recess the regular session and move into executive session. Council is now going to retire to a closed session at 8:44 p.m. pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551.072, deliberations about real property, Section 551.071, consultations with attorney, and Section 551.074, personnel matters in connection with the following items. 1, pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551.072, deliberations about real property, and Section 551.071, consultations with attorney, a closed meeting to deliberate the potential and possible sale, exchange, or value of real property located within TERS 3. 2, pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551.074, personnel matters, conduct an executive session in order to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of the city secretary. And 3, pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551.074, personnel matters, conduct an executive session in order to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of the city manager. We will return to open session and continue with the remainder of tonight's agenda after the closed session deliberations are concluded.